There we go. There we go. There we go. Let me try it this time. Can you hear me? Let's make sure that I'm getting out there. I don't know why I pressed the mute button on there, but there we go. Listen, if there's not one cock up on the live streams, then it's not a PAP live stream, is it? Let's be honest. Wow, it's warm this evening. I'm literally having to spray a cloth and wipe my face. Because if I have a fan in here, it'll interrupt or interfere with the sound. So it is rather warm, to be honest. I'm not impressed with the weather. So let's first of all get fucked. You got one fly in here, and it is pissing me off. Right, Henry, hello. Shelley, good evening. Lovely to see you. Thanks for joining us. Roger, as always, part of the furniture. Always welcome. Stitch, good evening to you. Mrs. W, the beautiful Mrs. W. How are you, sweetheart? Who else? We've got Surf. Nice to see you, my friend. Joseph, thanks for joining us. No, I would never suggest that my subscribers are slow. In fact, the slow mode is to help the moderators more than anything else, because sometimes it gets a bit hectic in the comments. So, we need to help them out a little bit. Who else have we got? We've got Bleach Demon. Thank you for joining us. Lost Souls Paranormal. Oh, I recognise that name. Imjin, good evening. Took police 4 days to find escaped Muslim terrorist, 1 hour to show up and arrest for a Facebook post. But of course it does, because arresting for a Facebook post is far less dangerous. Derek, good evening. Kaz, hello, lovely. Rich, hello again. Claire A, good evening to you. Derek, good evening. If the video's frozen, let me just double check on mine. I seem to be moving on mine. Yeah, I seem to be moving on mine. Try refreshing your screen, Derek, to see if that helps. Jace, good evening. Moo, hello there. Oh God, where are we now? I've gone too far. Bearded Moo, hello. Q Fragger. Hi, all still crap in Canada, so you're in good company. Hagar the Horrible, how you doing? Debbie Catchpole, good evening. Jason Bourne, Tat Kresiwok, if I've pronounced that correctly. I've probably murdered the name, but good evening to you. Empty Council House, Lord Jim Dandy, hello. Uggs, Betterverse, Kaylee. Hello, Kaylee, how you doing? Paul, Stuart B, Lisa Stokes, good evening to you. Queen Acacia, Tony Williams, Animal Rights, Alt T, Mad Phil, Mr. LH180275. Good evening. My volume is low. Try turning yours up. It seems all right on my end. Yeah, try turning your volume up a little bit, because I'm listening through. I've opened up YouTube in a separate window, and if I unmute that, I can hear myself, and it seems to be coming through okay for me. Roger, maybe you need to clean your ears out, mate. Hello, Scar. Good evening. Welcome, one and all. Thank you for joining us. You're both having volume issues. Not been shouting at each other, have you? Not damaged each other's eardrums? I'm sure you haven't. Strange. Even Heather had to turn her phone up full, and I've done the same on the PC. Peculiar. I don't seem to be having any other issues with people. I was fiddling about earlier with a new microphone. One to go on my desk, just to a little one to go a little bit. Well, I mean, this one's only 7 inches away from my head, but sometimes when I put my head down, the microphone doesn't pick it up properly above me. So I sometimes have to remember to look at the screen when I'm talking, but this one will help a lot more. But it's not set up yet. So we'll be giving that a go at some point during the week anyway. Let me put it back on there. Your fella's penis was in the book of records, but the librarian told him to remove it. I like that, Sue. I like that. Ricky, how you doing? Tony, hello. Sean, good evening. Well, so last week what we did, and I've had some feedback from people who said they quite liked the way that I opened the live stream with a couple of stories from the week. No, this will be what, my 5th or 6th week without drinking. I know people will go, oh, well done. It's not a big deal. I mean, I'm drunk once a week anyway. So it's not a biggie, but no, this will be my 5th or 6th week without having any alcohol. Yeah, I've been doing a crack instead. No, I'm not joking. That will get clipped and used. Fucking you watch. Yeah, so there's been some stories obviously throughout the week, and because I'm not, like today, I put a post out on Facebook this afternoon. I had to go to sleep for a couple of hours, otherwise I wouldn't be able to do tonight's live stream. And things really are pissing me off, like to the point where it's actually depressing me. To be fair, and I don't want to make this a all about Dan episode. Sorry, got an itchy ankle, but it's getting me down. The fact that I'm struggling to go a full day without having to sleep in the afternoon is actually getting rather depressing. I miss doing what I do, so I'm waking up, I'm sitting on the sofa for a couple of hours, just feeling absolutely drained, trying to have some caffeine to get me going. A few hours later, I'm knackered again, and sometimes I'm sleeping twice during the day. So I'm getting up in the morning, sleeping mid-morning, waking up, sleeping mid-afternoon, waking up, going to sleep in the evening again. It's ridiculous. It's really doing me head in, to be honest. Which is why I try and ensure that at least I do this every week. And I can do this every week because I'm sleeping during the day and I'm more awake. I'm still tired, but I'm more awake now than I am during the day, which is really weird. But God bless. But yeah, so it pisses me off, but it's part of my life currently. So I've got to sort of learn to get used to it. Hi, Connie. Anyway, so as I said, I had some feedback last week because I opened the live stream with a few stories from the week, and we sort of, you get to hear my view on those stories. Yay for you. And then we've also got something that people can phone in and talk about if they haven't got anything else to talk about, so to speak, but they want to phone in. So no, God bless. Shelley B has been around for a long time. In fact, we have spoken on the phone, Shelley B and I, a while back. But yeah, she's been around for a long time, Shelley B. My health is it's not ideal. So let's put it that way. But again, this is not all about the woe is Dan. Let's feel sorry for him. Again, I like to explain why there's been no videos during the week at the moment. I do know, and I do have some plans in place to try and help with the health situation. Going to take some time, both the mental health and physical health. It's going to take some time, probably about 18 months, maybe 2 years to get where I want to be. But I'm hoping that before then, some of the action that I'm going to be taking will actually help me to be able to go through a day without needing to sleep. So I'm going to leave it there for now anyway. I'm not going to go into it all. But there we go. Anyway, so let's have a look at some of the stories that have been going on this week. I've got 4 open. One of them isn't to do with the police. I just found it interesting, and it's not from the UK. The News Democracy Indie100.com website. This is from September the 7th, so 3 days ago. A man who tried to cross the ocean in an inflatable human hamster wheel has been banned from going to sea. I mean, you know, again, it's nothing to do with the police. It's nothing to do with the UK, but I just found this really, really quite funny. Let me see if I can bring this up onto the screen. Right. There we go. I'm hoping you can see that. Let me just double check. Yeah, you can't see it there, but if I just open my comments again, can you let me know if you can see that clearly, guys? Can you see that clearly? I'm just looking at the comments to make sure that I can see your comments to say yes or no. Yeah, brilliant. Okay, so a man who tried to cross the ocean in a human hamster wheel has been banned from the sea. This guy was arrested in Florida after he tried to cross the Atlantic Ocean in what they've called a giant hamster wheel. Now, it looks like it's open either side, obviously to get in and out and for air and stuff, but obviously water could get in there, you know, waves could get in and knock him out the other side, for example, which is, you know, not ideal. But this guy, Reza Baluchi, an Iranian athlete, managed to get around 70 miles off the Georgia coast before he was spotted by the US Coast Guard. He then had a 3-day standoff, an almost 3-day standoff with the Coast Guard, in which he refused to leave his floatable device, saying that he wanted to go to London. Fucking everybody wants to go to London, don't they? Let's face it. Most of them come over in dinghies, though. He also said that he had a bomb on board. Now, bear in mind, guys, I can't see your comments at the moment. Actually, I can if I move that over there and put that back. So I can. Yeah. So this guy had a 3-day standoff with the Coast Guard 70 miles off of Georgia because he wanted to go to London in his inflatable, oh Christ, device. The vessel was judged to be manifestly unsafe. Now, isn't it funny how, let me come back to me for a second. Isn't it funny how this device can be classed as manifestly unsafe, but yet the Titanic submarine thing was allowed to go in the water? I mean, does that not raise eyebrows a little bit? Does that not make you think, hang on a fucking minute, why was that allowed to go in the water, but this isn't? You know, when both of them were manifestly unsafe. It's, you know, maybe it's because the guy that went in the water had lots of money and paid people off. Who knows? But it's peculiar how some can do one thing and some can't. It's, you know. So, yeah, this guy reckons when the US Coast Guard caught up with him, he said he was armed with a 12-inch knife and would attempt to commit suicide, and then threatened to blow himself up if he was removed from the device. I mean, there it is. I mean, actually, it looks like it is covered on this side with a porthole there of some description. I thought it was open, but yeah. I mean, to be honest, it's providing the waves aren't going to destroy it. I can't see how that is particularly unsafe, to be honest, in my opinion. He also tried to do the same thing once before, 2021, when he tried to reach New York from Florida in a human-powered ball. Now, I don't know what a human-powered ball. I don't know what the human-powered ball means. Maybe it was like one of them, them sphere things that you can get in and run about on water. Maybe it was something like that. But this looks far more stable than the ball. But, who knows? Who knows? It says that his trip was ended when he realised he'd forgotten his GPS and charging cables. I mean, come on. If you're going to go from Florida to London, I mean, you don't forget your GPS. So I don't necessarily believe everything that I'm reading here. I think there's some creative input, I think, has been put into this. But it is, it's you got to laugh. Let's be honest, you got to laugh. It's Absorb. Thank you, Chris. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Sean. All he should have just phoned the RNLI and said, I'm an Iranian living in America and I want to come to Britain. It popped over. So yeah, so that's just something that I found interesting, a story that I found interesting. We've also got one from Liverpool. When was this? 11th of July last year. I remember reporting on this actually because I remember the image. I remember this image there. A police officer's career hangs in the balance after a crash has left a colleague in a coma. Now you can see here. It looks to me like one car. Well, actually, I'm not entirely sure because that is a junction. You got traffic lights there. You got a junction there. So how this car has made it into this side of the junction is very peculiar. It looks like he would have had to have been coming from the right hand side, and this one coming from straight down this road, as you can see it, and the one on the right has ploughed into the side of it. But there shouldn't be anywhere for this car to come across here. It's too close to the lights. Very peculiar. Anyway, Ashley McAdams, PC Ashley McAdams, ran a red light, of course, on the way to an emergency. Absolutely. And hit the other patrol car, leaving one of her colleagues in a coma for days, and another unable to return to work after more than 20 years of service. She walked free from court this week after the criminal proceedings against her were concluded. Now, I don't know what was happened to her because I've not read this story. I'm reading this as I see it. So let me see what she was given if I can. Fuck me, that's a long story. It's closer to the bottom. She was banned from driving for a year, required to pay £500 in court costs within 3 months. What else was there? Let's have a look. It does say she was also ordered to pay the costs and banned for a year. So she admitted causing serious injury by careless driving, appeared at the dock wearing a dark grey blazer. She was handed a 12-month community order. Can be fucking hell. So because she wears there you go. So because she wears a uniform, she had a crash which has left one person unable to work properly and another person it put in a coma, and all she got was a community order and rehabilitation day or rehabilitation activity requirement of up to 30 days, 180 hours of unpaid work. She didn't even get a suspended sentence. She didn't even get a suspended sentence, no doubt because she was wearing a fucking uniform at the time, which I think is absolutely disgusting. So she has now been found guilty of causing serious injury by careless driving. As I say, 12-month community order, rehabilitation activity requirement of up to 30 days, and 100 hours of unpaid work, along with the ban for driving for a year and order to pay £500 in court costs. I don't think that is a sufficient sentence for somebody who obviously driving like an absolute twant just because they're in a liveried vehicle with blue lights on the top. I would be hard pressed to find anybody that would get a community order if they were a member of the public and they drove like that. However, she now has to face a misconduct hearing. So whether she remains on the job or not is another matter. It's probably unlikely because she's now lost her driving license. So she's not going to be fucking fly. So she's not going to be able to drive. I know not all coppers drive, but I think if that was her job as a response driver, I think they'll probably look at pissing her off, to be quite honest, and good riddance as well. Let's have a look at the comments quickly. Let's see what we're doing. But they're all wasting each other, quite possibly. Quite possibly. She should get life in prison. I think life's a bit harsh, but I think she should have got some, even a suspended sentence. But she didn't even get that. Which, so basically, she's pretty much got away with it ultimately, as far as I'm concerned. It is most certainly not accountability, Chris. Absolutely not. Yeah, this one here, Sean, is pissing me off. And I can't get rid of it. I've got a bloody fly trap, Venus flytrap in there. The fucking thing must be starving itself because it's not chasing the flies. Piss off. I want to get one of them salt bug guns. That's what I need to do. Stoning. Yeah, actually. To be quite honest, I think that's quite appropriate in some cases to stone people, but there we go. So what else have we got? I've got two more. I'll go two more stories, and then we're going to get the phone lines open because I don't want everybody to get too bored. So we will get the phone lines open in a few minutes. But there is a story here from the 10th from today, which is the Isle of Wight. The Isle of Wight police have said that lower level crimes are going to get more attention. Now, the simple fact that police are saying that crimes are going to get more attention is an absolute joke. I mean, they should be getting the attention they deserve anyway. Lower level, higher level crimes. A crime is a crime, and the police are there for that reason, to investigate, find out what's happened, arrest the perpetrator, and get justice for the person who has been wronged. So the police turn around and say, oh, lower level crimes are going to get more attention. But the problem is so much of the public will go, yay, without thinking. They should be fucking investigating those crimes in the first place. It shouldn't have got to this. It shouldn't have got to the point where people are happy that police have turned around and said, we're gonna start looking at lower level crimes as well. I mean, it's absurd. It really is. So let's see what they're saying. Since our new chief constable arrived, we continue to see change to our operating model that has been designed to allow us to focus more keenly on three key priorities: excellent local policing, a relentless pursuit of criminals, and improve victim care. While these structural changes are taking place across the whole force, island teams continue to deal with day-to-day calls for assistance, and we utilise mainland specialist resources such as a proactive roads policing unit who regularly support our local team identifying and dealing with dangerous road users. Our district policing teams have been carrying out more crime investigations on top of their response and patrol responsibilities. So why weren't they doing that before? Why now? If you can do it now, then you could have done it previously to now. So why has it waited this long for police to be able to carry out more crime investigations? It's a joke. It is absolutely a joke. Every officer will have the responsibility for investigating crimes, not just the investigation department. Well, surely all police are supposed to investigate fucking crimes. It's when you find evidence of a alleged crime taking place that then you pass that on to the investigating department, surely. So, you know, and this is where we get into this situation of when the police turn up to an incident, they simply don't give a shit anymore about finding out, about investigating what's really going on. They're generally on the side of the person who's called them. Not always, granted, but in most cases, they're on the side of the person who's called them, and the other person will get arrested, you know, without or with very little investigation going on at all, when a lot of these so-called crimes aren't even crimes in the first place and could be dealt with basically on the street, so to speak. But no, they'd rather just nick somebody for the statistics, and go from there. But it's ridiculous how they're making out that, oh, look at us, we're doing something really good for the community. They should have been doing all of this stuff in the first place. It's an absolute fucking joke. And the last one that I'm going to go through. And again, if there's anything that I've spoken about so far that you want to talk about when we do the phone in, by all means. The next one, now this one is interesting. Right. Britain's new policing shame. 3/4 of police officers and staff accused of violence against women are not suspended by the force despite the allegations against them. 3/4 of police and staff who have been accused of violence against women. And we're only talking about women by the looks of it. We're not talking about violence in general. We're talking about violence against women. Have not been suspended by the force despite the allegations. Obviously, following Sarah Everard murder and the David Carrick cases with 40-odd sexual assaults against him as a serving police constable, some of them being very degrading acts of coercion and abuse. Obviously, the pair of them were allowed to continue. Well, I say the pair of them. David Carrick was allowed to continue for quite a while, and Wayne Couzens was also, you know, implicated, shall we say, in multiple offences that were not investigated properly or put him on suspension, which then led to him probably feeling that he was invincible and went on to do what he eventually did. Excuse me. Baroness Louise Casey said officers accused of violence against women should be immediately suspended pending investigation. I think it protects them and it protects the complainant. I think any cop accused of violence against anybody should be immediately suspended. Now, I'm not just talking about, you know, I'm not because in some cases, right, and I do agree, in some cases there is a level of force that is needed to apprehend somebody. I understand that, right? But if it's a case of violence, for example, I remember talking about, I think it was last year or a year before, several coppers from Liverpool went to a bar in Liverpool and ended up getting in a fight, literally punching the fuck out of somebody. You know, that kind of violence. If there is a complaint against them, even if they're off duty, they should be suspended at that point until the investigation is complete. A proper investigation, not one by their buddies, by the way, where it gets no further action. So this shouldn't just be about violence against women. Okay, it should be about violence, full stop. And this is one of the problems that we're facing at the moment. People are categorizing things that shouldn't be categorized. Okay, it should be anyone accused of violence, not against women, not against children, not against men, against fucking everybody. Data from 26 police forces show that 1,124 police officers and staff were accused between May 2022 and May 2023 of domestic abuse, sexual assault, rape, and abuse of position. Only 269 of those were suspended, but the number of accusations is expected to be far higher, as not all the police forces responded to the request for information. I mean, we know this shit goes on. I mean, it's already been proven that, and there are studies out there that suggest that being in the police is the job where you're more likely to be an abusive person to your partner. Okay. And I don't have the what's it called? I don't have the studies to hand because I'm looking at this as, you know, this is the first time I've read these with you. But there are things out there that suggest that being the police is one of the careers where you are most likely to be an abuser. The same as chefs, as one of the ones that are supposed to be a bit more sexual, not sexual offences, but you know, the kind of when you're in the kitchen with all your chef mates, and you innuendos and all that kind of stuff. So there's obviously different careers have different things attached to them. Being a police is one where you're more likely to be an abuser. So I don't disagree that the number is likely to be far higher. In fact, out of the 1,112 police officers that were accused of those offences between May 2022 and May 2023, there were probably at least half the number again that haven't yet been accused but are doing that kind of thing. 2 out of 20 officers under investigation were suspended by Surrey Police, while 15 out of 61 were taken off the beat by Thames Valley, and only 4 out of 18 by Merseyside Police. So 14 coppers here in Merseyside who have been accused of rape, domestic abuse, sexual assault, and abuse of position are still walking the beat. Just what we need, or just what the ladies need, isn't it? And it's ridiculous. And they're going on about how they want to, you know, make things safer for women. And yet we find out and hear about things like this. It's an absolute joke. Let me move me stuff back to normal because we're going to get the phone lines open in a second. There we go. So yeah, there's an awful lot of mad shit going on in the world, as we know. You know, other channels will deal with other things. I will talk about stuff like I talk about, but there's a lot of stuff that, you know, Maya Tusi, for example, I like his channel. He puts his news across really well, and I like the way he does it. But yeah, so there's lots of things out there that we could be discussing, but obviously I'll stick to what I deal with here on the channel. Although it's not as much as I was covering. Yes, Connor, you're absolutely right. They're based on the numbers, based on the females coming forward. So there's, as I say, there's probably half of the number again who haven't yet been accused of that thing, but they are committing it. That's how I see it. I just saw something there. Sean, Pap, we women aren't fragile little beings, you know. No, I know that. But this is why I say that, excuse me, that it shouldn't just be about the women. It's got to be a crime is a crime. If you're an abusive person, whether it's to a female or a male, okay, you know, whether you rape somebody, sexually assault them, coercive control, abuse your position of power. It doesn't have to be just against women. All of that stuff happens to men as well, and children, unfortunately. So it needs to be, they need to stop saying, you know, oh, women this, women that, women the other. It needs to be a crime is a crime, an offence is an offence, and whoever the fuck it's committed against, that is important. But to make it all about women, I think is damaging. You know, half of the people on this planet or thereabouts are men or male. So they're kind of alienating half of their support by just saying, oh yeah, we're gonna, you know, we've got to do this for women, we've got to do that for women. You know, that's my opinion. Some people may agree, some people may not, and that's absolutely fine. But you know, when it comes to the law, as I say, an offence is an offence regardless of who it's committed against. You know, whether you're an arsehole, you know, whether you're an arsehole, whether you're a criminal and somebody commits an offence against you, you still have the right to see justice held against them, just like your victims, if you're a criminal, have the right to see justice served against you. So, but unfortunately, the police will look at people like me, for example. They'll look at people and will go, oh, we don't fucking like him. How can we get out of not fucking giving him justice? You know, and it's a shame. It's a shame. So, excuse me. So let me just finish my coffee. I'm going to go grab a cold drink out of the fridge, which I made earlier. Oh, fucking hell. Fucking hell. How did you get caught, Daniel? I mean, that was something I was going to talk about as well briefly, but yeah, I saw an article, or I saw a report saying that somebody had spotted Daniel Khalife. And then 2 days later, today, in fact, I keep seeing reports of how the police caught him because somebody fucking grasped him. Not grasped him up, but because somebody told the police where he was. That's how they fucking caught him. But the police are trying to make out that they've gone all out, you know, to find this person, which, granted, they were doing something, I suppose. But I believe, from what I remember, I believe that it was possibly a member of the public that reported to the police that Daniel Khalife had been seen. And then the police went down, searched the area and found him. So for the police to turn around and say, oh, look at us, look how we, you know, public enemy number one. Fuck off. Fuck off. Somebody told you where he was. That's how you found him, you fucking knobheads. So anyway, let's get this party started. I do need to check, make sure that down to intelligence, it fucking wasn't. You know that, Roger. Come on now. Come on. Don't be drawn in by that stuff. Hello, Mark. How you doing, mate? Lots of questions to be asked, Joseph, to be honest. You're absolutely right. Why was he not in a secure unit? Could go down a conspiracy theory route, but I'm not going to. So, guys, first of all, I just want to make sure that you can hear the Skype before I put the number up on the screen. And once I know you can hear the Skype, I'm going to go grab myself a quick cold drink out of the kitchen. It's already made in the fridge. I'm going to go grab that, come back, and then we'll start taking some calls. So if you would be so kind, bear with me. Audio visual. Can you hear this? Yes, 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 yes. I hear it. Yes. Sweet. Right. In that case, I am very quickly going to go grab this drink out of the fridge. I'm going to come back and then we'll start taking calls. So the person who's trying to call now, the number's not on the screen yet. Give me a second. I told you I'd be quick. Right. Oh, God, I'm tangled up. Right, there we go, guys. 01515289590. If you want to call in, share a story, whistleblow, talk shit, call me names, or we can discuss something else. Entirely up to you. You're the caller. Time to shine. Hello, good evening, and welcome.
Hello, Daniel. Hello, chat.
Hello there. How you doing?
I'm doing okay at the moment.
Good.
Weather's getting to me a little bit, but hopefully things will settle down on that front.
It is a bit sticky, to put it mildly.
Yeah. I'm surprised he was able to. I was surprised that Daniel guy was able to hold on for dear life under that transit in this weather. Sweaty palms.
And it just walked out of the kitchen as well, by all accounts, didn't he? I mean, why would you put somebody like that in the kitchen with all them knives? I mean, what a fucking stupid thing to do.
Oh yeah, I reckon he had help from more than one, but no more than two prison officers, because it's like with exams. If more than two people are in on it, that's when you're likely to get caught.
Yeah, I mean, look, we don't talk about it very often because we don't hear about it very often. But you're right. Listen, if people can get into the police force, or the armed forces, after being or before being turned, shall we say, then it's not a big leap to imagine that there are going to be people in the prison service who have been converted as well. And it's only going to take getting put to the right prison at the right time and have the right guards on. You know what I mean? So I personally, I think this kind of thing is probably going to increase in its happenings.
Yeah, well, I'll be honest and upfront with you right away. I don't think he's actually a terrorist in the conventional sense of the word. I do believe he's a public nuisance and a pain in the arse. In that regard, he's no different from a certain Mizzy the Menace.
Right.
Yeah. Funny that there should be this inexplicable prison break of this remand prisoner who's supposedly up on serious charges, but is in a Cat B prison instead of a Cat A prison. All of this happening as the energy bill is going through. I guess they need all the cells in the Cat A prisons for all the naughty people like me who won't have proper insulation.
Well, somebody mentioned it the other day, actually, in a comment that about all the mega prisons that they were building. Do you remember the mega prisons they were building during COVID?
I've heard about this. I've heard back in 2020 there are apparently 6 mega prisons throughout the country which are being prepared for the general public because they think that trouble's coming, and also that these 6 mega prisons also have built-in crematoriums.
Yes, I've heard that as well, about the crematoriums. But that was back back during COVID. There were people that were reporting on them going to these sites and suggesting that there were crematoriums on site as well, which is very peculiar. I've got to be honest. It seems more like they're building like what's the word? Oh, bloody hell! What's the word? I think
second quarter of the 20th century German facilities.
Well, I suppose that could be. Yes, I mean let's be honest. Yeah, it's like an all-inclusive facility, isn't it? So once you're in, you're fucked. Once you're in there, that's it. You know, you're not going to see the light.
Yeah, the holiday of a lifetime.
Mm. Yes, well put. Well put.
Yeah, you can check into the Hotel California, but you can never leave.
yeah, that's the one. Yeah, absolutely. Jesus. Yeah.
Yeah. But I caught a little bit of your discussion about violence within the police, and particularly the statistics. And I wonder how many of these violent officers and violent incidents involve women-on-women violence, because statistically speaking, the most violent relationships are lesbian relationships, from what I've heard.
You know, that's a good question. It would be nice to get the breakdown in more detail, but it's probably not. It's probably something that if you do a subject, I might be wrong, but if you do a subject access request over something like that, they'll probably deny the result. They probably won't give the result under the grounds of diversity, inclusivity, and being nice.
Oh yeah,
being nice to people who are part of certain communities.
Yeah, the sort of well, that brings me to apparently you, me, and everyone in the chat, we're now Bond villains, because during the coronation, a little book came out. The new James Bond book. Apparently, it's called On His Majesty's Secret Service.
Okay.
I mean, instantly, right there, that's a transphobic title, because we don't know what Charles's pronouns are. So that book will get cancelled for transphobia. But the plot is rather interesting. They've got this Bond villain called Ethelstead or whatever, and he's a descendant of Alfred the Great and all that, and he's plotting to disrupt the coronation and depose who he calls King Charles the Woke from the throne. And apparently he's plotting away, holed up in some Hungarian castle with his best friend, Viktor Orban, members of the EDL, and a politician that sounds suspiciously like Andrew Bridgen MP.
Really?
Apparently, it's an evil conspiracy by all the 5G hating anti-vaxxers, anti-cultural Marxist, white supremacist Bond villains to get rid of Charles and put this Ethelstead or whatever his name is on the throne.
Right. Well, I don't mind being a Bond villain. I mean, I haven't got a cat to stroke, but I can sit here. I can sit here stroking. A white
cat, of course. It'd have to be a white cat, of course, because white is the color of evil.
Well, I've got a pink pig dressed as a copper. I can sit here stroking him like a Bond villain.
Oh, but yeah, we should just go around now wearing T-shirts with the words Bond villain on them. That'll trigger the woke. But since at least Skyfall, they've been trying to make James Bond woke in one way or another.
Yeah.
And I fully expect the next Bond movie just to be 2.5 hours of a white soy boy on his knees filleting Idris Elba. That's what they've reduced Bond to. They're so obsessed with destroying Bond because, like it or not, Bond is a cultural icon of Britain, and they hate this country. So they're going to destroy St. George, or say, oh well, he's not really English, he's Palestinian, and the Jeremy Corbyn lovers, and I can't take the woke anymore. I really, I keep saying it, but
well, I've got to be honest. Sorry, I was just going to say, I've got to be honest with regards to the James Bond thing. There was a lot of uproar about getting a black James Bond. Now, I've got no issue with that. Okay, providing they call him something else, because James Bond is James Bond. And I know they've used different people.
Personally, I'm infuriated that they got a blonde man to play Bond.
Well, again, for me, that kind of thing doesn't matter. The hair color and whatnot, to me, it's no issue. I think that if you're going to change it that much, if you're going to put somebody in there, if you're going to put a black man in as James Bond, I think it should be rather than James Bond. I think they should have like a spin-off, if you like, as they do with many things, and call him
based on James Thompson. Based on James Thompson, Diane Abbott's son, and his misadventures in Rome with the crack dealers.
Yeah.
But there is some good news on the horizon. I think Sadiq Khan will be gone very shortly. I think he's going to be bribed by Keir Starmer to stand down at the next election.
I don't think he wants to stand. I've got to disagree. I don't think. I might be wrong, obviously, but I disagree. I think he's power mad. He's power mad. He's too power mad to take.
He is. But let's look at it this way: Labour are all but guaranteed to win the next general election.
Yeah.
They'll want a honeymoon period. The last thing that they want is headlines about how either A, Sadiq Khan unexpectedly lost the mayoral election,
right,
because of you, Les, or B, he has a contentious win and people go out rioting because there's been voter fraud or postal fraud in Tower Hamlets. Now, what I think Keir is so desperate for power, but he knows that his support is so soft and flabby that he'll do anything to avoid a repeat of 1992 and 2016. So what he'll say to Sadiq is, look, you've got to go. If you play ball, I'll make sure you get to be the next ambassador at the United Nations, or I'll make you an EU commissioner when we rejoin the European Union. He'll give him some sort of bribe.
Yeah.
I would be very surprised if there are not already discussions going on at the heart of the Labour Party on how they can get Sadiq Khan to step aside quietly and gracefully and get a new candidate in there as quickly as possible, because I'm telling you now, there's a good chance Corbyn might run and Corbyn might win. Remember Red Ken in 2000?
Yeah.
So they'll be desperate on the one hand to avoid losing the mayoralty. They'll be desperate to stop Corbyn from becoming mayor, and they'll want a honeymoon period in office when they take over. And they don't want to lose that next election, because imagine what would happen if Labour lost the next election. The Corbynites would be out with a vengeance. And Keir Starmer will be out. Everyone will be out. It will be a real bloodbath within the Labour Party. So Keir Starmer, it's in his personal interest to get rid of Sadiq Khan, bribe him, do something, because the way they're going, if Sadiq Khan were to win, there would be riots, because there would be accusations, true or false, of voter fraud, of ballots being thrown away, and irregularities with the postal vote, all sorts of allegations and dodgy stuff, whether it's real or fake, will come out, and there'll be problems. And the last thing a new Labour Home Secretary will want is a riot in the capital city in the moment of their triumph.
Well,
so he's got to go, and he will go one way or the other.
I think, as somebody else has put here in the comments, Pablo, he said, even if they win, the political crisis will not go away. And I think that's absolutely right. And I think that's what people need to be aware of. I think that the general public need to be aware that it doesn't matter who gets in next. We're still fucked. We are still fucked.
But they will want a honeymoon period like Albanese had in Australia for almost a year. He had a honeymoon period for almost a year. Starmer will want something similar. They'll want, a repeat of what happened when Blair got in, where for some explicable reason you got the feel-good factor all of a sudden in the country. It was all a mirage, of course, but it definitely got Labour off to a good start that helped them when the next election came along. But yeah, I think Khan, he's on his way out. He may not realise it, but I would be very surprised if there isn't somebody waiting in the wings, anointed from on high, to stand in for Sadiq. And at the Labour Party conference, or just before the Labour Party conference, Keir puts his arm around Sadiq and says, listen, old chap, we've got a problem here. We need you to play ball. And this is what I'll give you if you play ball.
Yeah. I mean, you could be right. When I said that I don't think he'll take a bribe, I meant that. But when you said like perhaps he could get offered a position of more power, I think maybe that could be what Khan would go for. I don't think that he would take a monetary bribe.
No, he won't take a monetary bribe. It'll be you'll want some sort of prestigious role.
Yeah.
Maybe a peerage in the House of Commons, not House of Commons, House of Lords. That's what Blair used to do with Labour MPs in safe seats. We need a Blair, right? Stand aside and you can go to the House of Lords and claim 300 quid a day attendance.
Yeah.
It'll be, he will have to buy off, so to speak, Sadiq Khan, because if he doesn't, ULEZ is going to be not just Labour's poll tax. It may even be bigger than the poll tax, and that even the Tory party would run with that. Oh look, stop Labour's poll tax.
Sorry, I am listening. I'm just trying to say hello to a few people in the comments while I'm listening.
Yeah.
I think you're right. But as you know, as I can't remember, Pablo said, things are not going to change. Somebody else said it's two wings of the same bird. As we know this anyway. And what we unfortunately what we do here on this channel is we basically preach to the converted already, because the majority of people that watch this channel are on the same wavelength.
Well, according to the Metropolitan Police, this is actually a conspiratorial meeting between legions of Bond villains.
Cool. I don't mind being a Bond villain. I don't. I'm quite happy to be a Bond villain.
Well, you look like one. You look like Goldfinger.
Goldfinger. Oh dear. I'll wait for the jokes to roll in now. Dear, oh dear. Yeah, listen, I'm going to have to wrap this one up. I'll go get some more people on.
I said all I needed to say. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Pat. Thank you, everyone in the chat. And
Much
hopefully we'll
appreciated.
speak again.
No problem at all.
God
All right.
bless.
Take it
Bye.
easy. Ta-da, mate. Bye-bye. So yeah, I'm some of that was political. I'm not a politically minded person. Oh shit, where's oh, there it is. Hello, good evening and welcome. Can you turn your volume down, please?
Hello, mate. Yeah, hang on. How are you?
Hello, Fridge. How you doing?
I'm all right.
Good stuff. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, I was got to go on an anger management course next week.
Oh, you've been angry.
Yes, something like that. But I'm not going to.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I don't need to.
No.
Need to.
How are you anyway?
Not so bad. Tired, but other than that, I'm okay. Thank you.
Did I see? Like, I tried to get in. Tried to ring into Simon yesterday, but it was impossible.
Was he busy, or was he just too pissed to answer?
I think he was busy and pissed yesterday, to be quite honest. But he's doing all right, you know. I'm doing all right. I've got a diabetic thing on next week. I've got 83. I've got to wait 3 weeks to get a blood test. To give blood.
Right.
It's a joke.
So, to give blood.
No, to you know, to take it off. It's about your diabetes and all that. You know,
right.
Unbelievable.
Right. Well, I'm supposed to be borderline diabetic, apparently.
Oh, that's good then.
But again, every fucker's diabetic these days, isn't they? It just seems like another let's line our pockets as a GP by making everyone diabetic and earning some money off diabetic. I mean,
after drugs they give me, I don't take because it just, you know, when you know what's what and all that. You know, and I just, you know, it's getting stupid now.
It certainly is.
It's getting to where people, well, you know, my situation. I mean, I still can't get a job. I've done all that. I'm waiting for the thing to come back from that I passed the course. Just waiting for the license now. But
and the SIA one, is that the one?
No, I got a Dormans one. I'm waiting for the CCTV one.
Ah, right. I knew it was something to do with security. I couldn't remember
exactly.
And
you go. I mean, there's nothing in where we are in Surrey. All the companies there, they can't keep company. My mate works at Chester in World of Adventures, and he thinks their security's a joke. You know, just can't keep anyone. Nobody wants to work for 0 contract hours these days because it's just
there's no stability, is there? You don't know if you're going to be able to pay your bills, you know? Feed your kids, pay your rent. Of course not. Of course, you know. That.
I mean, my rent's not too bad. Mine's £405 a month. I've only just got. I rang up the local housing association, complained about I pay £10 a month for washing tokens. I said, you know, I've been here nearly 27 years, being a veteran. Is there any chance of you giving us free laundry?
Right.
Come back 2 days later. Yeah, got free laundry and drying now. I would imagine absolutely. You know, I popped it in at 4:30 this morning. It's done by 5:30.
Yeah.
Sat there, went for a walk down by the river. There was a heron, kingfisher sitting there, diving in the old mole. It was absolutely beautiful. Come up, the breeze was there. Every cyclist was going up and down the road like madmen. They're just getting mad in Surrey for cycling. You know, they think they own it all and they don't. You know, there's a big Waitrose lorry reversed in Thursday. Reversed him. Guy sat there outside the cycle shop. He complained about, you're blocking my shopway and all that. He says, I'm not blocking your shopway, mate. This is the way I reverse in. So this is the way it's going to be. If you don't like it, ring up the bloody company. And he did. And they get the driver come out. The manager come out.
You're talking about cyclists. Black Belt Barrister, I think it was, done a video a couple of days ago about cyclists. And do you know what? They don't have to adhere to the speed limit.
No. No.
So they can ride as fast as they want, really, providing that they're not putting anyone else in danger, so to speak. But I would suggest that riding, if they was riding, let's say they was riding at 40 mile an hour in a 20 mile an hour zone, for example, I would suggest that is putting people in danger, because you're not going to expect a bike to be traveling at that speed,
no.
Or even 30 in a 20 mile an hour. And I think that they should be held accountable with the speed limits, to be fair.
And you can actually get, excuse me, you can actually get drunk in charge of a push bike.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you can.
Under miscellaneous rules. The only people that can't get drunk in charge of a wheeled vehicle, do you know who that is?
Not off the top of my head.
You're going to laugh at this. Disabled scooters. Get mobility scooters.
Can they not?
No.
I'd have thought they could, but
no. Look it up. Look it up under miscellaneous laws.
Well, it's not something. It's not something that I would generally look into.
No, I was looking. What was I doing? I was doing a bit of shopping in Epsom. Some lady come round the corner in disabilities, and then anybody ran me over. She said, "Get out of the way, you old sod." I thought, yeah, that's kind. Oh, very nice, and you get. I mean, people. I used to do Dorking and all that, and you get people up there, Ashstead, down the Kingston Road towards Chessington, down that way. They come on the pavement, you sweep the pavement, and they say, "Are you going to get away?" "No, I'm not moving my barrow. You wait till I've done my job, then you can you can drive, you can go on." Some of them go down the roads, and they wonder why they don't get, and then they get run over and stuff like that.
Sorry, I just want to respond to some. Pablo's put, fastest I ever did on my bike is 60 miles an hour. Seriously, how many people get killed or injured by cyclists? Killed, very, very few. If they're hit by a cyclist, I would suggest. But there are cyclists, a lot of cyclists do die on the road. But if you're talking about a third person, or a person walking out of a shop, for example, and getting hit by somebody, there are many, many people who are injured. But it's not newsworthy, so it doesn't get reported.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's like these electric scooters. They come around the corner and they go around, and I think youngsters think they can do it and all that. I mean, there's an incident in London where a fire engine was going for a shout. Cyclist didn't stop at the side of the fire engine, and the crew got out, put his push bike, parked him up, got back in, and went to the shout.
Yeah,
as if, especially when they're turning left, when you've got a left filter light and it says give way. You've got a cycle lane and it says give way to, it says give way. It means you've got to give way for traffic's turning left. You've got to give way, because if you don't, you're going to be under that lorry. Yeah. And the only way that truck driver's knowing you're under lorry, because he can see you down the left-hand side of the blind spot, Cyclists are a danger to themselves.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, car drivers are a pain in the arse when it comes to cyclists as well.
Yeah.
We have all of these, and motorcyclists. We have all of these adverts. Every now and again they have little runs of adverts. Bike aware and give way to cyclists and all that kind of stuff. And Pablo's just said more than cars. To more people get injured or die on bikes than cars. No, probably not. But then you've got to look at the percentages. I mean, there is far less bikes being ridden on a road at any one time than there are cars. So obviously that would suggest that there's going to be more car related incidents than there are bikes, but that doesn't mean that bikes aren't included or involved in some of those incidents. And I'm not knocking you, Pablo. Do you know what I mean, by the way? So don't take that the wrong way. I'm not trying to call you out or knock you or anything like that. I'm just,
There's another one that people, Joe Public, don't really understand. And they go to their supermarket like Lidl, Sainsbury's and Tesco's, go, why haven't we got it? Because the truck drivers, there's not a shortage of truck drivers now, but some of them say, "Oh, I don't know." Well, if you want to go and so people complain about, "Oh, I can't," why is that? Because you say some people, "Oh, you've done 30 years of driving a lorry," say, well, yeah, you go and drive a lorry. Some people saying at 52 or 49 or 30, they can't do it because we haven't got enough stuff. Well, the reason we haven't got enough stuff is because we haven't got enough truck drivers. Simple as that. They're all moaning about that when they want their eggs, the coffee. You know, Johnny hasn't got his favourite toy out of Kellogg's or whatever, you know, but milk and all that. But the way he's complaining about, they never understand is he goes in a 40-foot, comes in by, leaves the warehouse, comes in a 40-foot trailer, they take it home, they pay for it, you know, or they steal it or whatever. But at the end of the day, he comes and picks it up after him, the dustman.
Right. They
never think about that, the person that's sweeping the street or the dustman that's actually going to empty their bin, or you miss my bin, or, you know, you're always going to get one or two, you want to probably 3 or 4, you know, and it's not always us or the other side of the coin. They're always complaining, oh, you didn't empty my bin. When you've emptied your bin, can you take this? Can you take that? No.
Yeah.
Don't do that, but they say, oh, can you take it? No.
Well, for beer money. What we used to do.
Oh, yeah, that's how we used to do it.
That's how we used to work, yeah.
Yeah,
we used to have sofas and everything. We'd pull up down the road.
We used to chuck the lot in. Fridge, not fridge, bars.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, we used to have people, we'd have people come out of their house and go, oh, listen, guys, I've got 50 quid here if you can help me drag this sofa out. It's still in the house. And we go, oh, fuck it, go on in. So we'd all go in, the driver. We'd all go in, drag it out in the back of the hopper, crush it up, job done, 50 quid. There's your lunch paid for. A couple of
it's like you get I don't know if some of your people, you know, I used to drive road sweepers. You go down the road sweepers and it's absolutely hammering it down. You know, it's like chucking it down in street roads.
Yeah.
And you don't feel the old you keep the base of the road sweeper full up with water because it cools the rear axles. You know, you didn't fill that bit up. So when you go down the road, you fill it up. Go down the road, just sucking it up. It's all dirty water. Get it out, clean it out, spray it, and drop it out, tip it up, close it, but leave it on the thing, tip it out, let all the water drain down a drain, you know, come back and they just clean it out. People say, oh, we can't do that, you know. When some of these people say about, you're going to have electric dust carts, it's not going to be feasible because the way they keep stopping and starting, just not able. You might have electric themselves. No, it's not going to happen.
No.
And the police are, the environmental people say, oh, well, you know, we got the electric thing and all that. Yeah. You think of how much rubbish a dust cart takes, and a lot of people say, oh, I don't know. You know, they're always moaning about, you know, it's not doing the bin emptying, and they pack the rubbish empty. There's some people that don't want to recycle, as the environmental people say. You know, I'd like to see the Stop Oil protesters stop all the dust carts in the country. Yeah. Oh man, you'd have rats, and it's for these vapes.
Yeah.
You know, they chuck in the back of the dust cart and boom, it goes another fire, you know. If vapors want to vape, yeah, put them in the right thing, but they're just a hazard, you know. If people want to smoke, let them smoke. If you want to take vapes, yeah. It's like everything else. You know, we've had everything. When you're in the dustbin industry, as you know, you've had needles, you've had rubbish that gypsies, travellers leave a load of rubbish about. Oh, they're the worst. You know, everything but the kitchen sink. I've even thrown that in. And the other side of the coin, you know, human waste. But if they're like that, what's their kids going to be when they grow up? Well, and you're not telling me, the travellers today, and some of my best people are travellers. Very nice people. Some of them, you know, they've come a long way 10 or 15 years ahead because their kids are growing up. I want their kids to get educated and all that. But sometimes they just don't fit into society, you know. And it's going to get worse where you've got all these asylum seekers coming in the country, and if it goes like America does, or it will come out to people are just going to say we've had enough of this, and they're going to start. There's going to be a civil war. The police ain't going to cope. Police haven't got the. Well, they just haven't got the. I can't do that. Oh man, when we were in, you either did it or you got a brick, you got a house brick in your face. You go in there and you did. You didn't do it, you got a house brick in your face. So the 150 guys go for Northern Ireland, they're probably about 60 and pass it. While the other ones, you don't carry anyone. You just say, if you don't do it, you're out and you're gone. Did the 3 week, the 6 weeks course. If you didn't make it, you're out. Unless you're a dog handler like I was. And I mean, people saying, concentrating Winston Churchill's thing. Yeah, did the job, yeah. Everybody's moaning about everything else. I mean, look at the schools. Well, why didn't they sort this out years ago? I mean, I've never heard so much rubbish in all my life of concrete cancer. No such thing as concrete cancer. I mean, it's like, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, I can't say that I've ever heard of it. I know some people who have heard of the concrete cancer. I've never heard of it, but
I know why.
I mean, it's. I mean, it kind of makes sense. What am I trying to say here?
They haven't got all their load in their lorries, we say.
Well, there is that, yeah.
Of course it is. Yeah.
Fucking fly buzzing around, it's pissing me off.
It's when's it going to end? Is when someone actually, as you said, the fuel protesters, when one of them actually gets killed, and when you're jumping on oil tankers and stuff like that, letting the tyres down, or taking the airlines or the electrics out of the trailers and all that, just going to say, oh well, mate, we'll just stop here.
Yeah.
And when they can't get petrol, mum's is trying, your mum's trying to go, or someone's person's got to go to the hospital because they're a nurse or a specialist, or a policeman's got to go work, or a fireman, ambulance driver is sitting there, well, yeah, such and such, right? And when you're sitting there and you get run over, the ambulance comes in, oh yeah, you were the person that didn't let me go to work, so no, sorry, I'm not treating you. Bye. And that's what happened. Well, you can see it's going to happen.
That, to be honest, that's more the kind of behaviour that I would expect from the police, as I was mentioning earlier. They if they don't like you for whatever reason, they'll find any reason they can not to get justice for you. I've experienced that myself, but I think as I've said before, the ambulance and fire service, although there are some wrong-uns within them, even if they get pissed off, to be honest, if they turn up to a shout, do it. They still do what needs to be done, Yeah. But the police, on the other hand, don't.
I mean, if you really want to take an example of probably one of the best police forces in Europe, you've got to look at the French. They don't muck about.
I wouldn't like to say whether they're the best.
But they don't. They certainly don't take no rubbish.
No. I think there's a difference between not taking any shit and actually doing the job that they're meant to do. I mean, France isn't somewhere that we cover on the channel.
No,
but I don't know what the number of uninvestigated crimes are, unreported offences, how many of them are working, in that respect. I don't know. I know what you're saying. When it comes to public unrest, they don't fuck about.
There's another lot that people don't hear about that's in England, and they very rarely pop their head up, but they're one of the most secretive police forces in England.
Which one's that?
Well, it's not the Met.
It's not the Surrey. You're talking about civil defence, nuclear.
That's the people, the plod.
Yeah,
they do not muck about.
Police, yeah. And something that I've spoken about on the channel before. I'd done a story, I remember a while back, of civil nuclear constabulary officer who had autism, Don't get me wrong. I'm not suggesting that people with autism can't do proper jobs, because they certainly can. But when you have somebody with autism, which makes it difficult for them to communicate with people, how on earth can you allow somebody that can't communicate or may have issues communicating with people walking around with a semi-automatic weapon? You know, that's whoever allowed that to happen is a fucking weapon.
Well, yeah, I mean, you get the MOD police are quite they're a world within their own that most people don't understand about them.
Yeah.
Civil and nuclear police, they look after the nuclear sites.
Yeah.
When they're moving all the big kit up and down the motorway, it's the MOD police that look after it all.
Yes.
And they won't. And they say, oh, you know, you can imagine CEO fuel protesters turn up now. Sorry, straight away, God, they don't even tell the local bill mate, because they don't trust them, because they're so secretive, they're unreal. You know.
Right.
And you wonder why.
Bridge, I'm going to have to wrap that.
Okay, mate.
I'm afraid.
You take care, mate. Look after yourself.
Nice to hear from you again. You take care.
Okay. Take care, mate. Bye.
Take it easy, pal. So lots of different subjects there as well. I like these calls where we cover lots of different things in a 15-20 minute period. Gives people something to talk about in the comments, and I like to see other people's views as well. Thank you, John. Nice to see you too. Actually, I'm just thinking about that. Sean's just put something there. I've decided to take up golf, so I need some balls. And that's just made me think, no offense, Sean, and I apologize for using you as an example here. It's just made me think when a hang on. Hello, caller, just give me 1 second to say what I was saying, or I'll forget. So when a man wants to become a female, or appearance-wise wants to become a female, right? I don't just mean putting on a pair of frilly knickers and some suzzes, right? But when they go for an operation, right, I understand that they sort of tuck it all in, right? But when a woman wants to become a man, I've never, and I don't want to, but I've never seen what that looks like, right? But how do they make the balls? That's that's now going to play on my fucking mind. My internet history is going to be really weird after tonight for a little while. But I can't understand how they make. I can understand how they might make the schlong, but I can't understand how they make the fucking balls. Sorry, caller. I know that's a really random thing for you to call in and be faced with me talking about. I do apologise, but it's just really weird. just made me wonder.
There's a really easy answer to that. If you're saying it's an absence of testicles to fix the problem, there's plenty of males in the UK that are giving up their testicles in the form of emasculation and being completely supine to the state.
Yeah, there are an awful lot of simps. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
How you doing anyway?
So,
you all right?
I guess good. The reason why I called is just, and I hope I'm trying to keep my thoughts organized.
Okay.
But I'll draw a picture here. And so we're talking about police abusing their powers, and you've had other people call in and make comments.
Yes.
But what you've got to look at is the big picture. And so I'll sort of describe it like this. Everything that you hear, listen to in the news or proclaimed by the government, I'll argue it's all a complete lie. For example, racism is not a problem. We're the country that ended slavery, for example, and the Abolition Act of 1834, the Navy making slavery unworkable.
Yes.
This alphabet community, there was never a problem 15 years ago. Now there's huge problems. Climate change is a fraud. You've got the internet at your fingertips. It's a complete scam. So what I'm saying is, somebody could put in the chat column something that the government says that's actually true, I'd be amazed, because there is nothing that is true.
Yeah.
So what does that really mean? What's the solution? And here I'll sort of describe what I think the solution is.
Go on.
If somebody says they're right-winged, that's usually meant as an insult, right? Would you agree with that? So
yeah, they use that.
let's analyze that.
It's used as an insult. Yes, I agree. I don't agree that it
But
is
why?
necessarily an insult, but it is used as one.
But why is it an insult? Why is it an insult?
Because we allow it to be.
Well, yes. So I go into it. People will say you're a right-wing extremist because Hitler was a right-wing extremist. Well, no, Hitler was a national socialist.
Yeah.
He was left of centre, and in fact, if you add the numbers up, terrible numbers, but I'd say there's about 250 million people dead because of left-wing extremism.
Yeah.
We've never had a case of right-wing extremism. Now, I'll say that I'm pretty right-wing extreme. What does that mean? Individuality, freedom of expression, the right to keep my profits.
Yeah.
I don't believe in collectivism. Collectivism is a left-wing thing. You've seen the environmentalists, the National Front, the Ku Klux Klan. They're all collectivists. I'm an individualist. I want to live my life. I'll leave other people alone. Low taxes, low government regulation. So where I'm going with this whole picture that I'm trying to draw or paint, whichever, is that we are complaining that things are going to shit. However, we're rejecting the solution. So we're all complaining, no good. But what is the solution? The solution is, with a small c, and I hate to say this, but it's conservatism, individuality, freedom, individual freedom. Collectivists are destroying everything, and they're being allowed to. The government.
There doesn't seem to be real conservatism anymore, though, by political parties. You know, they
Oh, you're absolutely right.
They pretend to be, but they're certainly not.
Yes, it's orchestrated. But I genuinely believe that the Conservative Labour Party are all part of the same. Somebody posted it before. Wings of the same bird. There is no difference. Tony Blair, Rishi Sunak. There's no difference, and that's where you've got to think big picture. Is that things are being orchestrated, and we vote Labour, Conservative. There will be no change. It's the same powers that be control the narrative.
Yeah. Sorry, somebody's asked me about subscribing to the channel, so I'm just I'll just say it. Subscription is free, Jace. But to be a member, you can do it via YouTube by clicking the join button under any of my videos, and that's not done through PayPal. That's done through any card that's associated to your Google account. So you can do it that way. But that's the only way you can do it, as to become a member, if that's what you meant. But subscription obviously is free. Sorry, caller, I apologise for that.
That's all right. You're saying conservatism is dead, but is not around. I'd agree, and people will get into this tribal or this group class, Labour, the Tories. I'm not a Tory. I'm not Labour. I'm purely an individualist, and that's really what we need. We don't need to have socialism, and these two parties are leading us down the path of destruction.
Yeah. Again, you know, I try and steer clear. I think somebody tried to call me out for it earlier, but I try and steer clear of politics. You know, I leave that to other channels. Reverend Simon Sideways, Maya Tusi, and some of the others. That's their bag. You know, we got a problem here. For me, I know what I think when it comes to my own personal views, and that is similar to you. I think that keep our profits. We should be individuals. We should be able to have freedom of speech. All the kind of stuff that you've said. Now, I don't see myself as left or right, because I don't side with any party. I just look at what I think is right and what is wrong. And there are some policies on both sides that I agree with occasionally. But I do strongly believe that, and if that makes me right wing, then I suppose that makes me right wing in the eyes of the people that follow that narrative. But I agree very strongly with individualism, keeping your profits, lower taxes, as you say, free speech, all of that kind of thing, which I think is integral to a properly functioning society. Many things on Labour's side that I think will, just are not congruent to a properly functioning society, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, the regulations. If you want to start a business in this country, it's next to impossible. The regulations. There's miles and miles of regulations. Add on this fraudulent net zero environmentalist stuff. You can't start a business. The only thing you can do is wait for a check from the government.
Yeah.
So this is really such state control has asphyxiated everything in the country. So people think, well, when's Britain going to turn the corner? When's the economy going to grow? It's not. We don't make anything. We don't produce anything. We don't trade anything. And it's too difficult to do it. So what's the hope? What's the future?
It's not looking bright, is it?
Sorry to be so pessimistic.
No, it's fine. Listen, so people can call in and talk about anything they want, and it's you brought up some good points, and it helps with the conversation.
Everything you read in the papers is a lie. None of it is true. There's no global warming. There's no net zero. There's no racism. LGBTQ alphabet people respect each other. But now all of a sudden we've got all these problems, all these victim classes who are at each other's throats. Yeah. It's getting worse until people will not wait for someone else to stand up, but you've got to do it yourself.
Yeah.
And dig your heels in.
I've said quite a few times on the channel that oh shit, what was it? Oh my god, I hate it when this happens. It doesn't happen very often, but occasionally my mind just goes. The government have been working very, very hard over the last few years to break society down into smaller and smaller groups of people, so that we are all fighting against each other, so that we're not looking at the bigger picture. We're not coming together as one people, inhabitants of this island. We're not coming together to do what needs to be done. And this is, I believe, this is all pre-planned. A lot of people agree with me. I believe this is all pre-planned. This is something that has been going on for a long, long time. How can we keep control of the people? Well, if we get them fucking infighting, if we get them fighting against each other, then it's going to take their minds off of what's actually important to them, and we can get away with all sorts of shit. And that, that's what I think.
Divide and conquer.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Divide and conquer.
But we've got so many people that... Sorry, go on.
I'm going to say something really controversial, and I do apologize. It's not just if you watch the news, there's one person that the whole, we'll say the collective state across the world, the globalists, are terrified of, absolutely terrified, because he called it for what it really is, and they're doing everything they can in their power to stop him.
And that's Trump. Yeah,
100%. And you know what? The funny thing is, you watch the video of that man in a coffee shop or a pizza place, and just watch the ease that he is with the people, the common person.
Yeah.
He's ordering the pizza, the ice cream himself. He's shaking hands. You watch his hands. He's tactile, empathetic. You can tell that he's emotionally vested. Now, you compare that to a Sushi Sunak, or however you pronounce his name, or a Joe Biden. They're narcissists to the core, disinterested, interested in themselves.
They've
It's costing him billions.
They've been indoctrinated from birth, basically. These people, politicians of any kind, they are from birth. They are led down a particular path. They lose all of their common folk friends very early on in their lives, and they start mixing with all the wrong uns that are going to be in their cabinet in years to come. And they go to Eton, which teaches them how to play with each other's winkles and do stupid shit.
Yeah.
And then they come to it, and by the time they get to being an MP or in politics of some description, their hatred towards the common folk is ingrained. It's deep, and they don't give a shit. They don't. But I said this about Trump when he first ran. He granted, there's a lot of people that don't like him, and I understand that. For me personally, I think that he has, he's come from a business background. Granted, you probably do need some political knowledge to run a country, but he's come from a business background. He's looked at running a country as a business. It's not good business to go to war unless you're BlackRock or one of these other, conglomerates that are running the politicians. But for me, it was like he wasn't interested in that. He wasn't interested. He's got money. He doesn't need to make any more fucking money. Right. On off the back of the normal working man, so to speak, and putting us in the shit. I just think that I think we would benefit from somebody going into number 10 who is from a common folk background. I think we would benefit from that massively. But the powers that be wouldn't.
You nailed it.
Why they don't want it.
That's exactly it. The common man, uncorrupted by all this political correctness, raw. They've done a job. They've worked in a factory, worked in a farm. They know reality, and there's just no one like that. I don't know of anyone in politics that's like that.
So, well, some people saying they agree with me in the comments there, which is nice because again, I'm not I don't look into politics. I don't. Yes, politics sneak into some of what I have to talk about on the channel, but I'm not. I don't know. I know some of the parties, but some of them I don't even know what side of the line they're supposed to lay on. I pay that little interest to it. So again, I just try and speak my mind, rather than what people expect me to say. So
yeah, I think you just say easiest way to do it is the minimum of people involved in your life. Do as you please, as long as you don't harm anybody else.
Yeah,
and it's just gone too far now.
It has indeed. Listen, thank
you.
Listen,
thank you for taking my call.
No, you're very welcome.
Yes,
Are you a first-time caller, by the way? Are you a first-time caller?
Second time.
Second time. Well, welcome
Second time.
back. Thank you for calling in again with your comments. I appreciate it.
Right, so all the best to you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye now. Interesting. Yes, Bridget, again, this is the problem. There are people out there, but so many other people, there's such a massive divide. Rather than people saying, well, actually, yeah, you've got people going, I don't trust that person, and you've got somebody else saying, I do trust that person, and then the two people arguing about it get into a fight over it, and again, it's more infighting. I think it's going to be very difficult to take anybody from a political background and trust them. It's fucking, it goes over my head sometimes, some of this stuff. So anyway, so let's move on to something else, because it fucking fries my brain talking about politics. So we can take some more calls, or we can go to the panel. We had 3 or 4 calls. We can take some more if anybody wants to call in, or we can go to the panel. I think I will leave that down to you guys. In fact, I'll tell you what I'll do. Let's do a poll. Panel, yes or no? There we go. Let's stick a poll in there. If somebody calls during the poll, then I'll take that call, obviously. Right, 184 people watching, 45 votes. Guys, give us a vote on that if you want us to go to the panel. If you want us to continue with the calls. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello, Pap.
Hello, who's this?
It's Matt. I haven't really. I've watched your channel quite a lot, but I've never really said anything. But I just wanted to ask your advice.
By all means, if I can help, I will.
It's quite heartbreaking, to be honest. I'm a 41-year-old bloke, single. Right. I live with my dog. Life is changing a hell of a lot, and I'm coming up with the concept of having to rehome my dog.
Right.
Because I just have to work full time continuously.
Okay.
Just to earn enough to live. And it's breaking my heart. And I remember in the past you said you had a couple of dogs.
I did, Daisy and Alice, yeah.
And you had to give them up because of your medical issues and stuff.
Yes.
And it's just something that I'm just really struggling to comprehend.
Mate,
and I just wanted to talk to someone about it because it's just, I've had her for 7 years.
Right.
She's my baby. Do you know what I mean? I can't, but
yeah.
The way life's going at the moment, there's no alternative.
I had Daisy. She was a black and white pointer. I had her for 8 years.
Yeah.
No, longer than that, actually. Because I've been here for 8 years now. Before that, so I must have had her for 10 years. Jesus Christ, that went quick. So I had her for about 10 years, and I had Alice for. I got Alice on my birthday the following year, so I had her for 9 years. And I'll tell you what, it was, and I'm not going to mince my words. It was the most heartbreaking thing I ever had to do.
Yeah, yeah.
I had to drive them to the rescue centre, and I went. I phoned them first and explained to them. I had to drive them to the rescue centre and take all the food and bedding that I had and stuff. And when I had to hand them over, I didn't want to let go of the lead, and I was thinking, am I doing the right thing? I clearly I know what you're going through. And I'm not, as I say, I'm not going to try and sugarcoat anything. It's
no. Be completely honest, because it's reality.
They've become part of your family, as you know.
She's been homeless with me. We've lived all over the country. We've been everywhere together.
Daisy,
we've never been apart. She's literally my rock. If I didn't have her, then I'd be dead, basically.
Yeah, and you know what? If it wasn't for Daisy. And Alice, but more so Daisy, I don't think I'd be here, and I'll tell you for why.
Yeah,
I was going through a very, very bad time. I was living in a bed sit. I'd lost my business. My partner had kicked me out because of my depression, and I ended up losing my business, and I lost everything. And I was homeless for a little while. Sleeping in a doorway of a post office in Liverpool, and then I got a bed sit. After about 6 or 7 months of being in this bed sit, I realised that I hadn't even walked out the door. I was just in there, didn't open the blinds. I was living in darkness for months, and I was in a very, very bad place. And I thought to myself, do you know what? If I had my kids, I wouldn't be here, because I'd have to get up in the morning. I'd have to do things, but because I don't have to do anything, I'm just turned into a fucking waste. So I decided the next best thing, rather than going out and having a kid, the next best thing was to get a dog. And do you know what? She saved me. She turned things around. I mean, I still have depression and stuff, but she was amazing. She got me out of the house. And she changed a lot of things for me, which is why when I started working again a year later, I went and got Alice to, as you know, I didn't want to leave Daisy on her own. I know this probably isn't helping you much because I'm talking about how lovely the dogs.
No, it is. I need to talk to people that have been through the same situation, because to me, I've had dogs all my life. I absolutely adore my dog. She's my baby. She's my rock. She does more than she could ever, but they'd never realise what they give to us, you know. I'm God in her eyes, but she's so much more, you know. But the way things are going with work and the cost of stuff, and it's just becoming impossible. I mean, I don't have any family. I don't have any friends around. I have nothing, no one helping me. If I ask a dog walker, that's £30 a time. So that's £500 a month, you know, to walk my dog. To walk a dog. And if I don't want to give her up, but obviously I don't want to rehome her. But if I did, she'll go to a good home in Wales. I've got friends in Wales and farms. They're very good people. She'd be very well looked after. She'd be loved. And
would you get to see her at all?
Well, no, that'd be in Wales. I'm down in the south of England, so
right, okay.
But I wouldn't want to. You know, it's once she's gone, she's. But I'm at the moment I'm 70-40 because I think, well, I've got to live. My mum's really ill. She's getting older. She's ill. I want to help her with medical bills. I want to help with all this stuff. But for me, in order for me to do that, I can't have my dog because I have. It's a massive sacrifice having a dog. It's a lot of time, you know, and you do have to. It is. You have to sacrifice a lot of your working life to look after them. You know, if you don't have the family around you and people to help, it's. And I'm in that stage at the moment where I'm thinking about it, but just looking at her and what do I value more, you know, money or my dog? Obviously, I value my dog, but.
Well,
I mean, I work part-time, but it doesn't... I pay my bills and I pay my rent, but that's it.
Someone's just put in the comments, ask the caller if he'll have the same job in 5 years.
Well, this is the thing. This is the thing.
You know,
I have ADHD and Asperger's, so I tend to fail a lot. You know, I go round and round in circles.
How many hours would you be working in a day?
Stable, you know.
What's your first name, by the way? Do you mind?
Matt.
You don't have to if you don't want to. You can tell me your username if you want.
Matthew.
Oh, sorry, Matt. Oh shit, you did say, didn't you? Sorry, Matt.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So Matt, how many hours a day would you expect to be working?
Well, at the moment, I work from 5:30 till 9:30 at night, 4 days a week.
Okay.
So at the moment, it's doable. My dog's fine.
Yeah.
You know, I can pay my rent. I can pay my bills. I earn enough. But obviously, I need shoes. I need clothes. I need all this stuff. My mum's really ill, and I want to get her good medical help. But the way things are going at the moment, it's very expensive. I'm getting into debt a little bit, and I can look after my dog. But what happens if she gets ill and I don't have the money to pay for her treatment, you know? Because we don't have PDSA in my area and all this stuff, you know, it's...
Right. Is your mum getting all the support she can at the moment?
No, she's really stubborn. She doesn't let anyone near her.
How about like PIP and things like that? Is she getting everything that she
No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't go near anything like that. She's completely anti-government, anti-benefits, anti-everything.
But surely she's paid in to all of that stuff.
Yeah, she's paid into it. Yeah, but
so she's owed it.
She just doesn't. She's a very independent Scottish lady. Let's put it that way.
Right,
so she doesn't go. I don't pry much into her. We're not that close. You know,
I'd agree with
I don't pry into stuff like that.
I would agree with that. Had she not had to pay stamp, national insurance, and whatnot, I would agree with all of that stuff. You know, but you know, all of your tax and all of that kind of stuff goes towards helping you when you're in need. You know, I hate being on PIP. I'm on PIP because I can't. You know, because especially now with my chronic fatigue. I cannot do a full day's work. I can't do it.
Yeah.
I literally cannot do it. So I have to rely on that, and it's embarrassing. It is, when
it's not embarrassing. It's not embarrassing.
It is for somebody who's, when you've lived independently for so long, and it is embarrassing initially, but I realise now that I've paid in X amount of money into this stuff, which I'm rightly owed now. That's the whole point of paying into things. And I'm not knocking your mother, by the way. I think it's really commendable that she's saying, no, I don't want nothing from the government, because, to be fair, once the government are feeding you and keeping you, so to speak,
they've got you.
Yes, yeah, which is why I don't want to be in this situation for long. So I think it's really commendable that your mum is like that, but I think she needs to look at the bigger picture and sort of say, well, I need these things and the government owe me, so they're paying for it, But
well, I keep telling her, get PIP, Mum, get PIP, get the help, you can get it. She's terrified they're going to take her car away and all this sort of stuff.
Oh, they wouldn't take the car away. No.
But anyway, the only thing I just wanted to ask was just,
Yeah, I did go off topic a bit there.
I'm just in two minds about, obviously I don't want to rehome my dog because she's my baby. She's my life. But I'm just confused with it all. Like I said, I'm a single guy. I don't really have any family around or anything like that. And my dog's my life, but we're being pressured into, we're being pressured into working full time. And I want to work full time. I want to obviously have money in the bank and be able to support the people I love.
Yeah.
But having a dog it's over the 7 years. It's kind of the sacrifices. It sounds really selfish of me, I know, but I'm just really confused as
what
to
kind
what
of dog
to
is
do.
it?
Sorry?
What kind of dog is it?
The Border Collie Cross Springer.
Okay, so they do need a fair bit of exercise.
Oh yeah, she's a good girl.
I mean, Daisy was a pointer cross. There was a time where I was working and I was out of the house for 7 or 8 hours at a time. Those particular days, I made sure that I was up early in the morning and I gave her a good run at the park.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And
well, I mean, she always came to work with me. I mean, because I've always worked outside on farms or like landscaping or gardening. Always came to work with me, but because of physical stuff, I can't necessarily do that anymore. So I'm having to change my work habits into a different thing, Yeah. So it's like she can't come to work with me anymore. What I'm being asked to do is very long hours, and I can't leave her alone. I can't leave her at home. Do you know what I mean? It's just,
if you're doing too long, and if you're going to be gone 9-10 hours, that's
I can't
way
do that.
too much for a dog to be in on their own.
Yeah, no.
And I'll agree with that. I mean, for me, it was 8 hours every other day.
Yeah.
And I was literally home within 8 hours.
Yeah.
I was quite lucky in that respect, but which is.
Oh yeah, sure. I've never left her longer than 6 hours.
Yeah.
Never. I can't do that. I don't have the heart to do that. Some people do that. I can do that.
Well, this is why I got the other dog. This is why I got Alice, so that Daisy wasn't bored on her own. I just made sure that they both got good exercise in the morning, and when I got in from work at the end of it, the first thing I would do is I'd walk in the door, get their leads, and take them straight out wearing the same clothes I was wearing for work. And then I could go in and sit down and relax. But yeah, I think if you're going to be gone that long, as hard as it may seem, it may well be better, unfortunately, to allow somebody else that can give them that time to look after them. And it's a horrible thing to think and horrible thing to say.
It's the truth though. It's horrible because I think, well, I mean, because the way I am, like, I'm not the best mentally all the time. I do have my issues, and I do think, well, maybe she would be happier we've had a good life together for 7 years. You know, we've had a good life. She's a good dog. She's well trained. She's had a fantastic time.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine a dog could ever be happier. You know, but just the way things are going now, where I'm having to work a lot more just to make ends meet.
Yeah.
Maybe she'd be happier somewhere else with someone else. You know, that can give her the time and attention.
That's exactly how I looked at it with Alice,
you know,
and Daisy.
I love her.
Yeah, of course you do. Of course. And that's exactly how I had to look at it with my two. You know, I kept them on for a few months afterwards, and I tried to manage, and I couldn't. And I've got a big yard here, and I could go out there and I could throw a ball for 20 minutes, right, and it would absolutely wear them out.
Yeah.
But I thought to myself, that is all they're seeing is the fence and the concrete floor. That's it. That's all they're seeing all the time, and that's not fair. They need to have different surroundings. They need to go out. They need to feel the grass under their paws and all that kind of thing. You know, they need to go down the beach, which I couldn't do anymore. So I had to look at it and say to myself, well, the dogs have done good by me, right? They've been my best friends and they've helped me out so much. And would it be fair for me to now limit their quality of life because of what's happened to me? And it wasn't fair on them, you know. And even for the few months that I kept them, I think that I was unfair to them for those few months. But I wanted to try and figure out a way of not having to give them up. And unfortunately, it got to the point where I literally had no choice for their sake. Yeah, as difficult as
it's about them, isn't it?
Of course, yeah. You've got to think about the dogs, yeah. Especially, you know, as I say, they're part of the family. You know, so you've got to do, I think, what's best for them, not necessarily what's best for us as the owner.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they live in the now, don't they? They don't forget, but they generally live in the now, whereas we're more emotionally based.
Yeah, yeah.
You know. But anyway, thank you, Pab. I just wanted to just speak to someone quickly about. I was just a bit confused about it, you know. And
it's a tough decision, and I wouldn't like.
I don't want to do it, but it's for her. It's for her sake, because I can't work all the time and leave her at home. She can't come to work with me anymore.
Yeah,
that's gone. You know. But it's my baby, and I don't want to give her up. But
again,
I also
we have to
still
look
need to live
at it
myself.
Again, we've got to weigh it up. We've got to say, look, you know, it's going to affect me like this, giving the dog up, and it's going to affect the dog like this, having to, you know, potentially stay at home for this many hours or not have the care or the attention or anything like that they need. And you know, they don't ask to be in the situation they're in.
Oh, of course.
So
I mean, she's all right. She doesn't have anxiety issues. I have anxiety issues. She doesn't. She's fine. If we stay at home, I know she's at home. She's got water. She's got food. She's safe. She's fine.
Yeah,
it's all right. You know, a few hours. You know, it's okay. You know, but just the amount of hours I'm being asked to do in the future. It's just it's like 12, 13 hours a day. Because I have to go. I live rurally, so it's like I have to travel a lot. I don't drive, so
I'm presuming it's. I was a chef for a long time. We used to do split shifts. I would get like.
Yeah, that's what I do. That's what I do mostly.
You know, but I'm presuming you're too far to nip home in the afternoon and.
Oh yeah, you can't. Yeah, you can't come home. You know.
Yeah, I thought you would have explored that possibility yourself.
Already. Oh yeah. I've basically I'm giving myself about. I'm starting a new job tomorrow, which is chefing.
Okay.
So I'm giving myself a couple of weeks to just figure out the hours and see if I can work the hours around how I would want them to be, which you can do in some jobs with chefing. But because it's so out there, it's just a nightmare to get around and stuff. And it's just the cost of everything. And, you know, you've got to work as many hours as you can get, can't you really? But
we do now.
Yeah, I just thought I'd ask because I knew in the past you had dogs, and I'm just a bit sort of, you know.
I know, and I'm sorry you're in that situation. Perhaps you know, as you say, you're going to give it a couple of weeks to see if you can sort of work things out. Perhaps see how how the dog is during that time as well. I mean, she may, you know, if she's left, obviously if they're left too long, then they'll start chewing things and playing through boredom and through needing the exercise, etc. I mean, maybe see how she is. I mean, some dogs are really good.
Oh, she's never chewed a thing in her life. I never let her get bored when she was a kid. Not a kid, but she never chewed a sock. She never chewed nothing. She's never done any of that. Because I've never given her a chance to. She was always out. She's had such an active life.
Yeah.
But things, like I said, things are changing. You know, life's changing for all of us. So
it is.
We have to adapt, don't we? And what's that saying? Improvise, overcome, adapt.
Yeah.
You know. So anyway, I just thought I'd just ring up quickly and just ask you about that, because I know you're a dog man. And
as I say, it's one of the hardest decisions that you're going to have to make, especially when they've been around for so long. And I don't envy you having to go through that. And you know, I've been through it myself, and it was heartbreaking. I can't put it any other way than that. But you had your dogs for so long as well. Yeah, but I think you've got to. I think you have to look at it from the dog's point of view overall, rather than our own selfishness, if you like, because it is selfish sometimes. You know, we go, oh, we don't want to give you up because I want you here because of the company. Yeah. That's potentially a selfish point of view in a way. But I do think you need to look at it from how the dog is going to find it on their own for that long. As I say, I was with my dog 24/7 practically, but I couldn't take them out, and just seeing the same fence in the same yard 3 times, 4 times a day for months was not healthy for them. And so I had to make a decision. But, did you ever see the dogs after you got rid? Did you hear how they're doing and stuff? Or the place where I took them was where I got them from in the first place, because they were both rescues. So basically, when you take on a rescue dog, you don't own the dog as such. You're just like the registered keeper, if you like, for the time being. And if you need to give the dog up for any reason, you sign a form that says you have to take it back to them. You can't sell it on or anything like that. So I took it back to the place where I got it. And after a few weeks, there was a post in the local newspaper saying about my 2 dogs, saying that the owner had strokes, couldn't look after them anymore. And they come as a pair, but they would find it very difficult to rehome them. So they might have to split them up. Thankfully, somebody came along and took them both on. I have seen photos of them from the rehoming centre where I took them to. I did ask them if they can pass my number on to the people that have got them, so I can just see how they are and and whatnot. But they didn't do that. I think maybe they didn't do that in case I turned around and said I want them back now, for example. But it was I know that, or the last I heard, they'd both been taken on by a couple who, as long as they're safe and happy. Yes, yeah. Well, the centre wouldn't have given them, wouldn't knowingly give them anywhere where they couldn't be looked after in the way that they deserve. So, that it's such a hard thing, though, isn't it? Because they're our babies, aren't they? They're absolutely our dogs, But someone just said in the comment, get a dog walker, but like dog walkers around my area charge £30 for a single solitary walk. My dog's a bit funny with other dogs. She's not a dick, but she's a collie. She's not a dog, Yeah. So that's £500 a month, 6 days a week, £500 a month to walk my dog. That's a lot of money. It's over a week's wage, isn't it? Week and a half, a week's wage, So it's not worth it, It is worth it, but it's not worth it, because I don't even know if they're walking them for an hour a day. They're probably just on their phones in the field, letting them do what they want, Anyway, I just thank you for listening to me. No, you're welcome. I'm sorry if I just didn't make sense, or I just being emotional or stupid. You know what I mean? I'm just a bit. I don't want to give up my dog. Of course, but like I said, the way things are going with the cost of everything and blah blah blah, it's just getting a bit impossible to. Yeah, it's just hard, and I'm freaking out a little bit, to be honest. But thank you, Pat. Thank you for listening and talking sense. I needed someone to I'm not sure if I've helped you at all.
No, you have helped
be
me.
honest.
You have helped me a lot, mate.
But,
you have helped me a lot.
Yeah.
Thank you for everything you do. And yeah, sorry if I just sound like a dick.
No, you don't at all. Not at all, mate. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Yes, collies don't like other dogs. It's a fact. Yeah. Anyway, thank you, Dan. I'll let you get on with your evening. I'll be watching.
Look after yourself.
And, thank you for everything you said, and you're a great bloke.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate
Top
it.
respect, mate.
All right, Matt.
Cheers, buddy.
Take care.
All right, mate.
Bye,
All right.
mate. Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye.
Okay. We're going to end the lines, the phone calls there, and we're going to get onto the panel. That was an upsetting call. It's such a shame when we have to make decisions like that. And I know some people don't agree with me. Some people didn't agree with me about giving the dogs up, but for me, it was a case of I was seeing the dogs were bored shitless because I couldn't keep up with them anymore. You know, I used to take them to the park, you know, and we'd run around and they'd chase me and, you know, all that kind of stuff. I just couldn't do it anymore. And just the same repetitive thing every day, 3 times a day, throwing a ball in the backyard. You know, it wasn't fair on them. It was like a prison for them. So I had to make that decision, and it was difficult. But I do understand how some people are saying that there's always a way. Unfortunately, there isn't always a way. Not that works with the overall scheme. I mean, this Matt needs to get a job because he needs to help pay for his mum's medical care, etc. And you know, I understand that. Not been there himself in that situation, but I do understand that you have to weigh up the pros and cons. Unfortunately, we have to take our emotion out of it when we do that. But yeah. Anyway, Matt, I hope whatever you choose to do, you know, is the right thing for you, or for the dogs rather. So. Yeah, so anyway, I'm going to pop the StreamYard link into the chat, and whilst I'm waiting for people to pop up, I'm going to go for a quick piss, and then when I'm back, I'll bring you on as you appear in the StreamYard, in the green room, so to speak. So there we go. Replace pinned comment. Replaced. I will be back in just a moment after I've gone to drain the main vein. Don't go anywhere. Oh shit! I can't find where is it? It is.
You are watching the Police Abusing Powers channel. Your host, Dan, is currently taking a comfort break and will be back momentarily. Your patience is appreciated. Please check the video description for channel social media links, where we share alternative content, not necessarily in video format. Did you know, contrary to popular belief, it is not legal for a pregnant woman to urinate into a police constable's helmet, unless of course their head is on fire. Due to the nature of the content and limits YouTube place on freedom of speech, your support is important. There are ways you can support the channel listed in the description.
And we're back. And I did wash my hands, yes, before anybody asks. Gabby, just give us a wave with your left hand, please. There we go. Thank you very much. Hello, young lady.
Hiya.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. How are you?
Good. Not so bad. Thank you very much.
Good.
Roger, fucking hell. You on holiday?
Hi, Roger. Wow.
Good evening.
Yeah.
Hi,
Specky.
Mrs. W.
Hiya. Mate, when
That's-
the shirt's £2 in Asda, you ain't going to leave it on the shelf. You know what I mean?
Quite funky, that is.
Hi.
This
I like
is
that.
red.
It's orange. Right, Gabby, what colour does that look like?
I would say orange.
Right, there you go. Now it's your turn.
Red.
Blair, just phone.
Your audio is low, mate, compared to everybody else's.
Oh,
Is it?
Yeah. All the callers were way louder than you. And everything else.
How about now?
That's a bit better.
And sexy voice man was a lot louder.
Blair, just phone. Just touch your nose for me, Blair. Touch your nose. Yeah, nice one. Thank you. Hello, mate. How you doing?
Hi,
Good evening,
Blair.
Blair.
Can't hear you. Way too. It sounded like you was in the other room.
What's happening?
Yeah, you're very quiet though. I know. Roger just said that about me. I'm not taking a piss. You are actually very quiet. Let me see if I can turn you up. Edit mic set. No, you're up full on this end. While you're checking out Eclectic, does favour just you give your head a wobble. Just go like that. Yeah, that'll do. Nice one.
Hello.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're still very quiet, Blair.
Just gonna
You need to put your other microphone on. That's the one. Put the decent one on.
should be set up. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but it is still quite quiet, mate.
Hi.
What about now?
Still pretty quiet.
What about now?
That's better.
A lot
Still
better.
quiet, but it's better than it was.
Weird, I don't know, man. It's the settings on here. It's messed
That's
up.
it. No, that's it. That's it. That's the one. That's it.
Whatever you did, leave it alone now.
Don't touch.
It's just like when I came in, the volume was all set up to the way it should be now, and then I went in, reduced the background noise. I set it to automatic, take the automatic back off, put it back to full volume, and it went back to where it should have been in the first place.
Surf, are you able to turn your camera on for me? Whilst you're doing that or replying to me, I'll go on. Connie, do us a favour, just do that with both your hands. Nice one. Thank you very much. Good evening, young man. How
Hiya.
you doing? How are you, Connie? You all right?
Yeah, good man. Thanks.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Had a few beers, but we'll work it out.
As long as you behave
Just stood on
yourself.
a dog. Last time I heard a dog make that sort of noise, I was trying to put it on like a slipper.
Yeah, he's getting old. He's a little terrier. He loves to be online.
Surf, just favour, just do that with your hand. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. I'll bring you up. If you want to go off camera, that's fine. Hello, good evening.
How you doing? You all right?
Hello,
so bad.
dog.
There's
So
Redfin.
that was a bit of a sad, shall we say, conversation there. That last phone call we had. I mean, let's see. You know, I mean, we've got some. I know we've got some dog lovers here. I mean, what do you got? And cat lover, or cat lovers. Well, actually, we're all fucking animal lovers. Well, I don't know about. I'm not sure about.
I've just posted some, and it's the old chat that I would want you to look at, if you don't mind. It's came up on my newsfeed about XL bullies. I think they're banning them for being in the country, and I don't like it. Yeah.
Listen, Blair. I'll come to you in just a second with that one for that one. Okay, just give us a minute though. Eclectic, have you got any pets?
I've got cats, mate. Yeah, cats.
Just out of curiosity, and I don't want you to say what you think I want to hear. I want you to be honest with. What do you think about that kind of situation? You know, as the last caller was. You know, he's already said. Wants to hear the truth.
Yeah, my kind of like take on it is basically what you said. Essentially, you have to do what's right for the animal. But I do think in this guy's situation, it's kind of, I'm not saying his mum's asked him to do this, obviously maybe doing it off his own back sort of thing, but I do think it's unfair in a way for him to have to sort of give up his life when his mum's not getting the help that she could get. You know what I'm saying? So she really needs to get the help that she needs, like PIP or whatever she needs, and then look at it then and say, you know, well, what situation is it probably in then, you know, because really she's not sort of helping the situation by not getting help that she deserves, you know? So that's my kind of take on it, right?
No, that's absolutely fine. I can understand that completely. You know, if there's help available and you're not taking it in a way, I mean, I want to be careful what I say because I don't want to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't want to piss the guy off, or whatever, and be a cunt to him or anything like that. But that's the way I sort of see it, like, you know. And and I think he'll regret it if he does it. Do you know what I mean? Because it's like he says, obviously really attached to those dogs, you know. And what's his life going to be after he gives them away? You know, if they're that important to him, is his life going to be any better? It might be a lot worse, you know. So I think
that's why I said in the comments, you know, it's like a child. You know, each to their own, but animals are like a child. Animals, you love them, whether it's a rabbit in a cage or whatever. We love them. Yeah, we don't get them because we don't love them. So what I'm saying is, as much as I hate having an animal in a cage, I've got to see the point that it's like a child. It's, you know, it's part of the family.
I do have a question. Do you like a prison cell?
Sorry?
Would you like a prison cell?
Oh, what? Sorry?
Would you like a prison cell?
Prison cell.
Would I like a prison cell? No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I don't want an animal. I don't want an animal in a cell. I don't want a caged animal. That's what I'm saying.
Animals in cages can make them fuck with their needs. That torments them and makes them kind of a society. It can make them nappy.
Sorry, I'm lost. What I'm saying is, no animal should ever be in a cage. Is that the line we're on? Are we agreeing on that? Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you. Right. So I'm trying to understand. Sorry, it's the accent. I'm sorry. Sorry, Blair. It is honestly. It's just the accent. You know, I'm picking it up.
We've animals. If you
I would go for that cage. And I told the boy, no chance. I'm not putting my dog in the cage.
Right, I've got two people talking. I've got Surf and Blair talking. I've no idea who's saying what.
So I was just trying to say that if you look after an animal, it will give the same love back that you give to it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I got my dog. He was 15 months old. When I got him, the boy offered me a cage. I told him, I'll not be putting the dog in a cage. You can keep that where you've got it. I'll be taking a dog and that's it. He was sharing my bed in my bedroom as part of the family. He's not a pet.
Got you now. Right. Okay, I understand. Sorry. It was the accent. Yeah.
He's like a baby, you know what I mean? It's your child. Whether you, that's my pet.
2 dogs. I have 2 dogs to sleep with me. They're in my bed.
One sits at the feet and one will lie in front of you. Pretty much, you know what I mean? They keep you company. They keep you warm at night.
I have 2 dogs that come to bed with me. If they want to jump on the bed, jump on the bed. I don't care. You know?
As my cat sleeps, she'll sleep on my leg until I fall asleep. Then she'll move down to my feet.
Cats, yeah. No problem.
It's not fair to leave a dog on its own all day.
I can't move. My dog's behind me all the time. Doesn't matter where I go, he's right there behind me.
Yeah, but if you can't take your dog to work, what do you do? And that's the predicament that Matt's in. He needs to go to work. He can't take the dog. The dog's going to be on its own for 9-10 hours.
Depending on the dog, I don't know. My dog could stay in for around 8 hours a day. We'd go on for a toilet. I'd take him out in the morning. He'd do his toilet. We'd be all right until I got back. And I'd take him out a good hour and a half walk when I got back.
Oh, pardon me.
Make sure it was well walked. You can do in between. There might be somebody who could come in maybe halfway in between your shifts, take the dog out a wee walk, or let them out for a toilet.
That's like saying, that's like saying you just have a child, and the child at home all day. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, there's no point to saying the dog's at home all day. It's like a child at home all day. As long as it's got interaction, as long as it's got food, water, toys,
sound, TV, you know what I mean? You've got something radio in the background, so you've got some sound, something to let you know what I mean? It keeps staying comfortable and relaxed in the background. They've got plenty of food, plenty of water, they've got space to go into each bedroom, they can sniff about if the door goes, they can go to the door, they can check the door, you know what I mean? They're no
there's a lot, yeah, there's a lot of tools out there for well, like screensavers. You just leave your TV on all day. You can have a screensaver playing, you know, dog, whatever, anything.
I think the problem comes is to when there is, you know, especially if a dog's trained and it's trained not to piss and shit in the house, and if it needs to go to the toilet, and I mean Daisy would only
you're never going to get around that.
To the toilet in the house when she had an upset tummy. That was it. That was the only time. Alice the same. When I first got Alice, she was really bad. She used to piss and shit everywhere, like literally everywhere. So I had to get her out of that, and it got to a point where they would not piss and shit in the house unless they were unwell, and that means that they would stand at the back door.
Yeah.
However. They'd go to the back door when they needed to piss. If I was sitting in the front room, they'd walk to the lounge room door, then they'd stop and turn around and look at me, and I knew that they needed to go out. If I wasn't there, when I come home, they'd be at the back door. But if they're left too long and they can't hold it anymore, and then they piss or shit, then they're going to be scared, then they're going to be worried, and then it's not going to be fair on the dog.
Can you see?
Have to go through that.
But you don't like get angry at the dog. But you understand why the dog's done it, and you just clean it up, and it's only been in the kitchen. It's not that bad, you know what I mean? It is.
Well, I'll just clean it up, yeah. But still, what that does is
it's how you get afterwards as well. You know what I mean? It's always a reaction.
But it then teaches the dog it's okay to piss and shit in the house.
No. They'll still know that it's no right. They'll still know, but
yeah, but they were trained not to piss and shit in the house. They can be trained to shit and piss in the house by them pissing and shitting in the house.
I mean, that's what you're going to do. Like, some treats as well. You still say, look, that's bad. I know, you know what I mean? You just don't give them a slap. You still kind of have that, you know, that was bad. you know that you should have done that. You know, it's that kind of attitude. You still have the
which is great if it's now, which is understandable if it's now and again, if it's a now and again thing. But if somebody's going to work 5 days a week and the dog's left for 8 hours a day and it has to shit or piss, you know, maybe it didn't shit or piss in the morning, you know, as some don't, and then, you know, it shits and piss on the floor during the day. If that happens 5 days a week, for example, then eventually the dog's just going to go, oh fuck it, I'll piss and shit, and they'll get untrained from wanting to go outside.
Do you know, I've got a neighbour who's got a dog, big dog, and she leaves it in the garden all day. And whenever it has a shit, she goes fucking mental at it, as if like it's done something wrong. And I'm like, it's doing what it's meant to do.
I hate people that leave their dogs outside all day. I've got to say, we've got one round here.
I'm going to say every dog's different. Yeah, I think that's the main key here, because I've a Shih Tzu, and he is so clean. He will wait 2 days before going for a poo. It's like, what are you doing? You know, he goes out every day, but he wants to go for a walk. So if it's pissing down, and I don't walk him, so I open the door for him to go in the back garden. He won't poo. So I go for a walk, like, you know, the day after, and he will do like fucking 5 poos. He will hold that in just to do poos away from my garden, or, you know, you know. So every dog's different, and me terrier, he'll just poo all day. He'll poo all over the house. He don't give a shit.
But it seems to me, Connie, is that's the choice the dog is making. From what you're saying, that's the choice the dog is
making. The size of the dog as well, and how much the dog actually does. When you've got a big dog, you've got a wee dog, it's a lot bigger.
Yeah. All right, the both rescue. It's not from my bad training. Yeah, they're both rescue dogs. So
yeah. Well, what I'm saying, Connie, is it seems to me like if you let the dog out and you give the dog the opportunity to go to the toilet and it chooses not to, then that is a choice. You can't squeeze it out like a fucking tube of toothpaste. You've got to let the dog do what it wants.
No, but
you're saying that you do take the dog out still, and when you bring the dog out, it goes to the toilet. But that's a choice the dog wants to make, by the sounds of it. And I'm not trying to be that fucking dog whisperer bloke here, by the way. But if you put the dog in that situation where it physically can't go out to the toilet for 8 hours and it has to hold it in, number one, it can do damage to the dog, especially if it doesn't go to the toilet first thing in the morning and then it has to wait 8 hours for you to get home. That can do damage to the dog like it would with us. Plus, again, I think that psychologically allowing the dog to piss and shit, or not allowing, but with the dog having to piss and shit in the house, especially with a rescue dog, because lots of them have been mistreated in the past. As I say, Daisy, I used to walk in. If Daisy had the runs or Alice had the runs, I'd walk in and they'd cower on their bed. And they never got out of that. But I never told them off. You know what I mean? I mean, okay, occasionally I'd walk in and go, oh, for fuck's sake, not again. You know, but I'd never beat them for it. Or
on that occasion, you can't chastise a dog if it's got a bad stomach.
No, exactly.
You imagine you've given a dog bad food and it throws up. You're going to blame the dog?
Yeah, exactly. Well, Daisy used to eat the plaster off the wall to make herself sick.
One of mine ate the fucking microwave.
If she wasn't well, she ate a 6 meter laptop cable that was plugged into the mains and switched on. And there was about a centimetre sticking out of the computer, of the laptop itself, with the jack on it, and at the other end, where the power brick was, which was only about 2 foot away from the plug itself, she'd eaten it all the way down to about a centimetre from there, whilst it was switched on. And I don't know how the fuck she survived that. But for about 5 days afterwards, when she was having a shit, there was bits of lead coming out in her poo.
Was she chewing the 12-volt bit or the 240 bit?
Oh, she was chewing the bit after.
dogs are up toys.
She's chewing a bit from the
toys or stuff like that.
Yeah, that's 12 volt, isn't it? All laptops run on 12 volt. Don't forget.
Dan, did your power ever go like snap? It just like went off.
The what? Sorry.
Did your power ever like snap off for no reason when you did it?
No.
No, because normally when you come in contact with the live wire, the electric power just instantly just switches off and stops you from getting the fatal dose.
Oh, right. Well, I see what you're saying now. Sorry. She would only do this when I wasn't in. So when I was in, she'd go to the back door. If she needed to be sick or she needed to go to the toilet, she'd go to the back door. I'd let her out and she'd do what she needed to do. If I wasn't in and she wanted to be sick, then she'd find something to eat in order to try and make herself sick. So she'd eat, once she ate this fucking 6 foot of cable. She'd eaten the plaster off the walls. I've had to plaster the lower parts of the wall several times in here, which was pretty bad. But she'd never eaten any, like with shoes and stuff like that. She wouldn't eat any of that stuff, which was really weird. But Jace the Ace is in the back here. Jace, do us a favour. Give us a 2-finger salute. Fucking swear at me. Right, you're not coming on now. Hello, mate. How you doing?
Yeah.
Kaylee.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, I'm spot on. Thanks, Dan. How's things, everybody?
All right, Paul.
All good. All good.
Good day.
Right, except for the attire. But
I'm so played.
How's your tattoo coming on, Dan? I ain't seen an update for ages.
Well, the tattoos are all done. They've been done for ages.
He ain't reached 50,000 subs yet.
That one.
Yeah, man.
And then this one I had done after that one, which is a death head moth with carpet on there.
Oh,
yes, mate. Very sad to the lands.
But I'm going to get I've got tattoos on the top of my arm here, but I'm going to get them. I'm going to get a sleeve on this arm, which comes off of comes off the bottom of the moth up my arm, covering these up here because these are all the first ones I've read.
Nice one. Looking well, anyway. Just thought I'd ask. I haven't seen you for ages, so I've been on for a few minutes.
I have to ask, what's the sleeve? What you got?
A tattoo. Just what is the sleeve?
No. What you getting done? I mean, the whole arm. What?
Well, it's going to have the channel logo in it.
Right.
I've got a thing. I've got a thing for skulls and And
obviously, you've drawn it. You've put it together.
I've not yet. I haven't. No, I need to go and get it drawn up. But I'm going to have on the arm. I'm going to have something similar to this. Hang on a sec. Wave the tongue. I'm going to have something similar to that.
Right. Okay.
and the logo, where the badge is, the logo's going to be in there.
Okay.
But then obviously there's going to be some more, dark and ominous stuff in there as well. I mean, like the back, I've got the Grim Reaper on my back.
Right. Okay.
So I like.
Yeah, I've not seen all his tats, but yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah.
But that's one on the arm.
Yeah. Sorry, Jace the Ace. Yeah, carry on.
Kaylee, can't see your face. Oh, there we go. Okay. I don't need to ask you to do something silly now because you heard me say, Kaylee, I can't see your face. So, right, I'm bringing you up. Hello.
Hi, Kaylee.
Hi.
So, well, we've got a full panel. Let's talk. What else can we talk about?
The ban on Excel.
Don't start me off.
Sorry, yes. Sorry. Yeah, I do. Yeah, sorry, Blair. Blair wanted to mention about the Excel bullies. So I'll let you take it away for the moment, Blair.
Well, I don't know. If you want to look at it, like just question it. It's in the chat at the top.
Oh, the private.
Something happened in Birmingham, and some politician, I think's going to put up something about banning them. So,
right, let me bring this up. Share screen. That over. Right, so American XL bullies face ban after girl 11 attacked in street rampage. Now, I will say before I go on, before I read on that, is that any dog can be dangerous, depending on how they are treated, how they are trained, all of that kind of stuff, including sometimes their background as well. I think that some of them can have, you know, issues trained out of them. But
terriers can be really bad, man. DB terriers can be nippy sweeties.
Tell you what, a fucking
The
chihuahua.
difference
Chihuahua
between
will
the
bite
breeds
off you
isn't
every
the
day.
aggression, it's the temperament.
Yeah, and again, if you treat a dog badly, I mean, Alice, for example, when I got Alice, she was scared of. She was actually shit scared of high-vis jackets. And although she never bit me or attacked me or anything like that, when I wore something like a high-vis jacket, which I had to at some point, she could have turned round. She could have felt threatened and bit me. And I think every dog is capable of doing that. Again, depending on how they are cared for, what their owners how their owners have treated them. I think that's a major part of how a dog's temperament is. But every single one of them, same as every single cat, is a vicious little fucker. You know. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think that just banning a dog because it's attacked somebody is the right idea.
Do you think cats have killer instincts?
Sorry?
Cats have got killer instincts. They'll kill birds, mice, and other things and bring them home to you.
Yeah, but cats are also domesticated, and if you treat a cat nice, it'll treat you exactly the same.
Well, I remember sitting there stroking Smudge one night, and he got treated brilliantly. I remember sitting there stroking Smudge one night, and he just turned round and sunk his teeth and claws into my hand. You know, for no reason. I was just sitting there stroking on my lap, and he just went, "Fuck you."
I've had 3 cats right in my life, and one of them is not one of them has ever scratched me.
There's my dog.
No.
So
that's another thing as well, though. Dogs can make that noise. It doesn't mean that they're being aggressive.
No, that's true.
No, that was playtime. That was playtime.
A lot of people will see that as, you know, especially people that don't have dogs, being aggressive.
He's
and
playing.
Then they'll react.
They don't know dogs.
You know, and
they
that
don't
can
know
be an
animals.
issue.
Yeah,
It comes back to the old saying that you can own a dog, but a cat always owns you, and you always live by a cat's rules. When it's done being petted by you and stroked, it'll tell you when it's fucking had enough, and that's it.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
The only time
Until a couple of years ago, you couldn't legally own a cat either. It was still classed as a wild animal.
Wow. Okay.
The only time I see cats attack people is when the owners have been absolutely horrible to them, mistreated them, and then they take their revenge and they wait for it, and they literally, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, you can say the same thing about dogs. They will wait.
Well, I think. I mean, I genuinely don't think dogs want to go out their way to bite people. In most cases, a dog will go out. It will do what Connie's dog was, obviously not in that playful way. It will growl at people. People then get panicked, then react to that, and then the dog will react to the person reacting to them, and that can create a chain of events. I think. Yeah, you know,
correct.
People might
Agent provocateurs.
Dogs are pack animals. You teach them how to live in a pack. If they do something wrong, you pin them down by the neck, and then they know not to do it again. That's because that's what happens in a pack. If they do something wrong in the pack, they get pinned down by the neck. Look at wolves; they're the same.
And I think that's the problem that humans don't understand regarding the interface between us and dogs. We are the ultimate predator.
Yeah, alphas.
We don't know how to pass that down to a dog.
That's
dog
right.
doesn't understand.
What you actually do when you train a dog is you make yourself the leader of the pack, and the dog has to be dominant.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
You've got to break their spirit.
Yeah, there's no point us speaking English to the dog. Is what I'm saying. There's no point us shouting no.
Yeah, two word commands is the most you need to control the dog.
There's a tone of voice.
Yeah.
I've seen YouTube videos where cats have literally bonded with a child and protected it with their life, and they'll do anything to make sure that child's safe.
Yeah, when they've grown up with them from a kitten, I can understand that. But then cats, it's like if you look at like leopards and lions and tigers in the wild, they grow up in like a family environment, looking after the siblings, and then when they've become of age, they get kicked out, and they're left to fend on their own.
They're not domesticated.
Yeah, that's it. Yes. Yeah, correct.
The most I ever had was 5 Alsatians at one time. And I never had a problem with any of them. One lived in the house as a pet because he was the sire, he was the champion dog. The other 4 used to live in a big run in the garden. They had a shed with shelter, fresh food and water. When I went to work, the pet one went in the run with the others, and they were absolutely fine all day until I come home.
Yeah, I used to know when I used to live in Epping. We had some friends of the family back then. But they had dogs. They had hunting dogs. They used to go hunting. We've got Epping Forest all the way around there. Lots of fields, lots of open spaces, and the gamekeepers used to allow some people onto the lands to pest control, shall we say? So this guy, he had when I said about leaving dogs outside all the time, I mean, this guy had a proper run built at the bottom of his garden with a shed for them to go in and out of, to get out of the rain and all of that stuff, and that is obviously different to just kicking a dog out. We've got one round here, and sometimes it's barking at 1 o'clock in the morning. I think he leaves it outside all the time. I think it is a 24/7 outside dog because it will just bark at fucking random times, and it can bark for hours. Even at times when you would expect somebody to be home, and it pisses me off.
Yeah, there's probably a cat in the garden or a bird flying over or something like that. And the dog is doing what he's trained to do. He's protecting where he lives. He's protecting his pack.
It's constant. Like it wants to get in. It's like a dog barking at the back door trying to get in, I completely disagree with leaving a pet, a domesticated pet, outside in the pissing rain or the weather.
I don't agree with that either. Don't agree with that either. I think it's right.
Things on here, what makes it easier for me?
Problem I've got with the thing with the XL bullies though is they're like mace dogs. They only want to please their owner. They'll sit, they'll give you a paw, they'll say please, they'll say thank you, they'll give you a high five, they'll roll over. They'll pretty much do whatever you teach them to do. They're brilliant dogs. They listen and they're well and they train as long as you take the time to do it. And
I used to fight with Daisy. I used to be able to put my whole fist in Daisy's mouth, and she'd clamp down on my fist, and I'd be able to go like that with my hand, and her face would go like that. But if she ever hurt me and I'd go ow, straight away she'd let go. And she'd look all sorry for herself, and I'd be like, no, it's all right. Do you know what I mean? Give her a pet and whatnot. But again, going back to dog's behaviour and how things can lead to a chain of events. I think a dog might be out playful. It might be a big dog. It might be very playful. Okay, some of them do nip your fingers sometimes if they think you've got something in your hand that they want. They don't do it out of spite or malice. And I think sometimes some of these incidents that occur, not all of them, but some of these incidents that occur is where they're in a park and the dog is excited and somebody walks near it. The dog thinks it's got something on it. The dog will bound over to the person. The person will shit himself and react in a way that frightens the dog. The dog might then turn around and do something because the dog feels threatened.
Something a bit like taking your cheek off.
Yeah.
Well, I was
fight reaction and they put the dog in a fight or flight reaction, so the dog goes straight to fight.
Yeah, I was dragged around a pub car park by an Alsatian when I was about 9 years old, I think it was, by my shoulder. And that was our fault. That wasn't the dog's fault. The dog wanted to play. We were practicing for a play at school, and one of the girls, her parents owned the pub, and we was in the pub car park, a group of us practicing, like good little fucking swats we were. And the dog managed to get out of the gate as we got bored. We started kicking a can about, playing football with a can. And one of the lads kicked the can. The can jumped up went up in the air. I've jumped up to grab it. As I've jumped up to grab it, this fucking Alsatian, which was nearly as big as me, jumped up, got me round the shoulder. I shit myself and panicked. The dog then panicked. Okay. And rather than let me go, the dog panicked and tensed up. So it's clamped down on my shoulder and it started running. And it fucking took me with it by the shoulder. And I would, and I was frightened of Alsatians for a while after that because of that. But I've got, I've never had hard feelings towards dogs because of that incident. But it is easy for something like that to happen, especially with children, But you get adults that have got no idea how animals behave, and you see people walking down the street and your dog might be barking at something and that person will go, oh fucking hell, that's a dangerous dog. And that's not a dangerous dog. You know what I mean? He's excited or he's happy or whatever it might be. There's fucking a million different reasons why a dog might bark or whatever. You know what I mean? But I think it's the reaction to the animal that can cause that runaway effect. And going back to what Blair was talking about, the XL bully, Suella, West Midlands Police. Oh no, not West Midlands Police. Sorry, Suella Braverman has said that the attack that this XL bully allegedly committed is appalling. The American XL bully is a clear and lethal danger to our communities, particularly to children. Now, it sounds to me like she's talking about police officers.
Yeah, right.
They're very danger, to be honest.
Yeah,
99% of the time, it's the fucking owner that's the problem.
Yes.
Quite honestly, that's the truth of it. Right?
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah. Are you talking about the two dogs that got shot?
No.
Not those two. This is a different one. This happened in.
If you look in the chat to your right, there's a link to the top.
I've got it.
Oh no, I was talking to Jay, so if you wanted to.
Oh, right. Yeah, if you go in the StreamYard private chat, there's a link to what I'm looking at here. It says West Midlands Police were investigating after a 11-year-old girl and two men who intervened were injured in an attack on Bordsley Green area on Saturday. There is a video here. I'm not going to play it on screen though, because I don't know what it's about. It says it's a distressing video. I'm not going to play it on here. Animal experts fear there could be many more fatalities if urgent action is not taken to stop the rise of genetically engineered American crosses from reaching Britain's shores.
I'm sorry.
Again,
we've breeding them. XL bullies are breeding
on. They'll go down the same route as the Americans and ban certain breeds.
Yeah, well, we already have banned breeds here, don't we?
Yeah, well, it's the Dangerous Dogs Act, isn't it? But they can ban them, but they're at the moment there's no ban dogs.
I'm sure it's still banned.
The one thing I will say, I've had 3 cats in my life and I've never had.
I might be wrong, but
sorry, sir. Say again.
I said I've had 3 cats in my lifetime and I've never ever been scratched by any of them, or bit or hurt. They've all been loving and kind.
My mum draws more blood out of me than the bloody doctors do. When I go to the
cats who are at least to scratch, but that's because I like
and that was my fault.
Yeah, I think some. I think for me,
that's been good. That's been really good.
I think when it comes to with cats, I think sometimes we get as humans we get carried away, and we'll stroke them and we'll pet them too much, and I think they just go, oh, fuck this, I don't want any more. A dog will walk away. Dog's generally big enough to just walk away when it's had enough, but a cat, being so small, and I think we do. I think we go, oh, it's so cute, little pussycat, little kitten, whatever, and we'll pet it and we'll pet it and we'll pet it, and the cat's sitting there going, oh, this is pissing me off now, and you won't fucking stop.
Imagine if it was you getting stroked for like half an hour on the head, like.
I do that
I mean, it could go after a while, wouldn't it?
Just leave me alone. He won't scratch me, he won't hurt me. He'll just go, oh, I've had enough. And just...
But your cat saying that I've had enough, I'm away. Your dog will say, I'm not close enough, come here, I want to sit and tap you.
I grew up with 13. At one point, we had 13 cats, 2 dogs, 30 odd chickens, 30 odd rabbits, 500 plus birds in an aviary, 2 ducks, 2 cockerels, and guinea pigs.
You lived in a fucking zoo, Dan.
And I can tell you something.
What we had here, my cat had a litter. We just got rid of them, and at the time we had the daughter's Staffy here as well. And next thing we've ended up with 9 Staffy pups here. And I used to have a lot of them on my lap. They ate through the kitchen wall. They chewed all the electric wires under the telly and the stereo.
They ruined the bottom of the fridge and the freezer.
Oh yeah, they ate through the bottom of the fridge and the freezer as well.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have lived life without them, would you? You loved every single one of them. In every single second you had with them.
In my recliner chair with my foot up, and the whole bloody lot of them would all be laid down on my legs.
Yes. Yes.
And
I had myself, Jack Russell.
My little cat, she wouldn't even go out and do her business and feed when the kittens were there unless she brought them to me first, put them all on my lap, and then she'd go off and do her business.
Oh, bless.
Yeah,
but I bet she toileted them all the time.
She follows me everywhere.
Right, okay.
Follows me everywhere.
Yeah, I've been attacked by almost every fucking kind of animal you can think about, I think.
Almost. The 2-legged ones.
In the UK or around the world.
Can I just say, man, except a woman.
I've been attacked by one of them fuckers as well. Only
There's
once.
no amount of training or no amount of manuals.
I'll be fair though, that's only once that's ever happened, so I think I've done quite well.
Someone said it will take a lifetime to figure out a woman. Take a lot longer than that.
I don't know if you've ever been attacked by a cockerel. That is a lot worse than being attacked by a cat.
Yes, it is with the spurs.
I've had an emu.
An emu?
Yeah, emu.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, they're fuckers then, aren't they?
The worst one is the castlery. They will kill you.
I was feeding it, going to feed it, but fucking hell, that fucker ran at me.
Yeah, it's only because Rod Hull had it under his fucking arm, that's all it is.
It's scary as fuck when they run at you.
Yeah, because they've got the spurs and they kick it up.
They're like a dog. Yeah, they're like a dog. Well, they're like a bloody hell. What are they called?
Dinosaur.
Australian.
Cassowary.
Yeah.
Hang on, Mr. Fink.
Cassowary is the most dangerous bird in the world.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Hold on, guys, hang on. I just want to respond to Matt from earlier. Listen, you didn't sound like a dick for phoning in, and you shouldn't be ashamed. It's a tough decision, very tough decision to make, and the only person that can make that decision, unfortunately, is yourself. But you've got to weigh up the benefits for the animals over the benefits for you. In fact, we shouldn't come into the equation. It has to be what's best for the animals. And again, it is difficult and it is upsetting, and I feel sorry for you. But do not feel bad for talking about it, and for phoning in. I'm glad you did, because it's a horrible place to be in. I didn't have anyone to talk to about mine. I just had to make the decision on my own. But please don't feel bad. Ashamed.
It's a real, it's a real problem you've got there. So it's good that you opened up and spoke about it.
But the thing is, you got to realise that with the various people in here, whatever you're going through, some of us have probably been through the same, so we know exactly how you feel.
Yeah.
No matter what the problem, that there is always someone in here who has been through the same or very similar.
But it's the same when Donna had to make the decision. Did she have to put her dog down?
Well, yeah,
she could
because
hardly hear, hardly see, and hardly stand. The answer was yes. This isn't as easy a decision.
No amount of surgery was going to fix it.
No.
Yeah.
All they could do was try and make it, ease the pain a bit, which isn't going to help the dog if it can't stand up or anything like that.
Or see or hear.
Or see or hear.
I don't want Matt to think. I don't want Matt to feel embarrassed about coming in here. That's all.
No, far from it, mate. Far from it.
I said some things.
Don't be silly.
But yeah, that's me. Heart of stone. I've learned the hard way from my upbringings. But yeah, I'll always put animals first, and that's the way it is.
Yeah, you have to.
I come from a farming background, a farming community, so I used to see it from both sides. There was times on a farm when you've got to put something down or kill it for various reasons. And
when something's
a dilemma.
Sorry, Roger. When something's domesticated, we have the obligation to look after them. Okay, that's why I say if it's domesticated and we take it on, we have that obligation to give them the best life possible. And although initially the best life is with us because we love them and we care for them and we feed them and we, all the rest of it, there comes a point sometimes, like with myself, where you're unable to give them what they deserve and what they need, and to put them through. Yeah, and to put them through, like again, my situation, to put them through the same fucking surroundings all the time, day in, day out, week after week, month after month, would have been unfair for them. So they needed that stimulation that I physically could not give them. And whether that's because of an illness or whether it's because of work, I think you have to make that decision. Are they going to be stimulated enough? Are they going to feel loved enough?
I'm going to
by being stuck in for it for X amount of time.
I'm going to put you on the line now, Pat. Do you think?
What could Roger on his own?
Just a minute. Do you think you were just being weak, Pat?
No, I tried. I tried to do what they needed to do, and for me, I didn't know how long this fatigue is going to last and this weakness. After a few months, I felt I could not see any change in how things were. For me, I couldn't take them out. I could have taken one out at a time, but if I took one out at a time, well, I say I could have. That was still difficult, but I possibly could have managed to take one out at a time. But that would have meant going out 4 times a day, and I struggle to go out once a day at the moment. You know what I mean?
Well, that's why I asked, because as you might know, I'm going through similar, problems as yourself with sleeping and deprivation and all that crap. So I'm in a kind of similar mood, but I always make the effort, and that's what I'm saying. That's the difference between, I think, you and I. Whether I'm a little bit stronger, I don't want to put you down. That's not what I'm trying to say, but I always feel I've got to put the dogs first. Yeah, and that's
which is what which is from my point of view, which is what I did. Again, I could have been selfish and I could have just gone, oh fuck it, as long as I've got the dogs here and I'm happy. Do you know what I mean? I could have been that way, but the decision I made was because the dogs were not getting the exercise that they needed. They weren't getting the stimulation. They got the love from me. Absolutely, they did. You know what I mean? But that's not enough for an animal. It needs to have that stimulation. It needs to have that exercise. And I'm
trying to. Yeah, I'm not trying to compare. Well, I am comparing, but
it's fine. It's fine.
I'm not trying to compare, but what I'm trying to understand is the difference between what I'm going through and what you're going through, and what I am capable of doing, and obviously but
everybody's capabilities are going to be different. I mean, Roger, we've both had strokes, almost the same number of strokes. There are some things that are very similar between us, but for example, my fatigue, as Roger's mentioned lots of times, my fatigue.
That's a fair point.
So there is a difference between people that have gone through similar things. So there's always some
guys. I just want to mention, Connie, when you start to talk over Pat, I know you're not being rude. You're just trying to answer him. His microphone cuts out when you speak, so we don't hear him.
Right. Yeah, I know that
you don't get the whole of what he's saying.
I've said that before about Pat's recording. Yeah. I don't know if it's echo cancellation or what, but I've said that before.
Fuck knows what it is.
No, I've said that before. Whenever Pat speaks on any panel, he drops out. Yeah. I know that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will be trying this week.
I always hold my hand up when I've got something to say. Always.
I will. If I'm on somebody else's panel, I know that happens to me. So I'll normally sit there and put my hand up and wait for somebody.
You need to sort it out though, Pat, because you are diminished on any panel I've seen you come on. You are blocked out. Nobody hears you.
I know. I need to go through it all again.
It's not just on here as well. It does it on Discord.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Can I say one thing?
No.
By all means.
I lost my mum on Monday. Right, she died of old age, and we were expecting it. It was a long time thing happening.
When did you say that happened?
Monday.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm not bringing it up just to dramatise it. I'm sorry. I'm bringing up the fact that, like, and when I knew like 4 weeks before that was going to happen, I really changed my ways. I really got myself getting out there, going on buses, getting rid of anxiety, just really pushing myself, getting fit, doing loads of things to change my ways, because I wanted to see my mum before she died, and I did that. And I've not been on a bus for 15 years. I was so afraid of going on a bus due to anxiety. And I've been through that.
I've not been on bus in 20 years, 30 years.
And I'm telling you, I saw you do it a year ago at Rex, where you went on the train, and I just thought, you can do it.
No, I'll tell you what though, Surf. I didn't have to get a bus, so I was lucky about that. But I was on the train. The train down there. When I got down there, I was absolutely wiped out. I was exhausted just from the strain.
I would have been the same.
On the way back,
the problem is with the fatigue, you can fall asleep on the train, and you never know where you're going to fucking end up.
Well, on the way back, I was so sorry. On the way there, I was so worked up. I stood in between carriages, so I stood by the door on the entire journey from Liverpool to London, and then from London to Weston-super-Mare. I stood up the entire time, and that fucking killed me. But I didn't want to sit and have somebody sit next to me because of my anxiety. Right. On the way back, thankfully I'd been drinking over that weekend, so on the way back I was still a little bit pissed, and on the way back I still had some brandy. So I brought a bottle of Coke from the shop, fucking what's it called, Waitrose or something, in the train station, and I made myself a brandy and Coke for the way back. And by the time I got home, and I did sit down, but I kept a hat on, pulled it down a bit over my eyes so I didn't make eye contact with anyone, and I just got pissed on the way back. And that's what.
Yeah, but you inspired me to like do what you did, because at the time I said, there's no way I could do what you did. I can't do it. And now I'm like traveling on buses all over the place, and I'm going out there and mixing with my family and doing things I never done.
I'd rather keep my car and spend whatever it is, £500 a year being tax, MOT, servicing. I'd rather pay that than go on public transport. That's me.
Yeah, but
and my car sits outside the front.
But sometimes that's not a choice that's available to everybody.
Yeah. No, well, it's a choice you can make.
But it isn't when like they put so much money on like fuel and all the rest of it.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You've got to balance what it costs on a taxi, a bus fare, a train fare. Add all that up.
Go on, Jace.
Right. My thought on this. So I'm sorry to go. My thought on this is, right, first of all, I bought the car. Then I've got to tax it, I've got an MOT it, I've got to maintain it, I've got to put fuel in the fucking thing. And then they want me to leave it at home and get on public transport. No! I've just fucking paid for it through the fucking nose to have a nice car. Well, I think it's a nice car. And then they want to leave it home and take public transport. I'm sorry, I'm not doing that. I've just paid all this money out so I can have my privacy whilst I'm travelling. This is what I don't agree with. I know everybody can afford to do that, and I know a lot of people do rely on public transport, which is fine. We have a good system. Well, it's better than fucking India anyway. And it's not. I've used public transport in the past, and it's been great. I've used National Express, trains, buses, whatever. I've used it, and it's been great. But since I've got my own car, I ain't leaving it at home just so I can get on a train and sit there with everybody else. Like you say, Dan, every fucker else is sat there judging you. What's he fucking wearing? What's he looking at? What's he drinking? What's he fucking listening to? I ain't doing it.
Yeah, but what's going to happen when prices increase, and like insurance, tax, MOT, fuel, and all the rest of it, and then all of a sudden your car is now costing you as much as like your house costs to run, and you're like,
I'll keep paying it to keep my freedom. I'll keep paying it.
Yeah, but right?
There are situations. Sorry to jump in. There are situations where people don't have that luxury. I mean, I'm due to my strokes, I'm unable to drive at the moment, and some people can't drive. They can't afford to take driving lessons to buy a car in the first place. There are people that are unable to drive because of health issues or physical attributes. So as much as driving is really fucking handy, there are a lot of people out there that will have to just suffer with public transport.
I think the point was trying to compare with, people who can drive or have a car or whatever with public transport. I think that there is the argument is how much cheaper is it to go by rail, taxi, bus,
It's certainly not cheap for me. I have to get a taxi practically everywhere.
Right. So you cannot be picking up your car keys and thinking, where the fuck am I going to go today? And just getting in your car and fucking off. You can't be. That's the argument against using public transport. Like Dan says, he has to book taxis. I don't have to do that.
Yeah, but
I mean, I'm not shitting on anybody. I'm not trying to make an argument, and I'm certainly not shitting anybody. I wouldn't do that. I've been there myself. I'm quite proud of where I am. That's why I talk about it. But yeah, the freedom that you get from picking up that car key and going, where the fuck do I want to go? Let's just fuck off. And I have done. I've picked up a little thing before.
Let me just say, what you're going to do when they start charging $12.50 for every suburb you go through?
My car's
You have the right to travel freely from point A to point B in your private conveyance without hindrance.
You're going, yeah, you can go there, but it's going to cost you this per day.
Jace, the point that Pat made was, he can't drive anymore. So I wanted to relate back to that in terms of, well, what does it cost us as a freedom driver?
Why would you want to drive when you can travel freely?
Yeah, so I want to bring it back to that, where what's the difference in costs for somebody who can't drive the car, who has to go out and get a taxi to the train station, bus station, whatever, drive. That was my interest.
It depends on what travelling you have to do. I mean, for me, it's all local, but for me to go to the hospital for an appointment, it cost me £20, £10 there, well, £11 there, £11 back. And that's just to go to a hospital for a half-hour appointment or something. The doctors cost me about £4 to get there, £4 to get back. To go into the town, to go into the local village, which is where I go for my cigarettes and whatnot. That costs me £4 just to get there and to get back. So if I need to go get my cigarettes, I might stick an extra tenner on top just to get there and back.
I think Jason and I will agree it's very expensive that way, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Which is wrong, is what I'm going to say.
It is wrong, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I agree. It is wrong. It probably costs.
It's basically motorists to the government's cash cow. That's what it is. Every time they need money, we'll just fucking tax a motorist. No fucking problem.
The fictional characters are the cash cow. It's the mister. The mister is the cash cow. The dead fictional character.
Exactly.
That's it. You, the man, does not need a driver's license. You can travel really, like I just said, from point A to point B without hindrance in your private conveyance as a man. But Mister, the fictional character, needs a license. You all seem to forget this. You're in and under the illusion that you are a fictional character. And you need to live by these rules and have nothing to do with you. It's the fact that you consented to.
So Blair, are you talking about the straw man syndrome?
Pretty much, Shy.
Yeah, right. I understand that. And it works.
Mister is a fictional character. That isn't you. You are a man. Everything in the legal sense refers back to persons. What is a person? It's a persona. It's a fictional character. It has no life in it. It isn't real. When people start to realize that and open their eyes, they will see that, well, that's not talking about them. It's a story.
True.
It's basically, it's just a story about a fictional character. And if you believe that that's you and you consent to that rule, well, you're consenting to everything that happens. It's all about consent.
A birth certificate isn't an identity.
You surrender the documents that you've consented to getting.
Can you imagine for 1 second, you live in London, right? You park off your drive to go to the news house to buy a newspaper, and you come back and you've been charged £12.50 for taking your car off the drive, and you've only just gone to the shop. That's all you've done.
My car's ULEZ compatible.
Well, most people's cars
Yes,
are.
but does that mean you're exempt from the 15-minute city?
No, it doesn't actually. No.
No.
Wait till
And the thing is, right, Jace, the thing is, right, your car might be compatible now, but they could change the goalpost at any time and say, actually, it's not. It's not.
Yeah.
You need to get a brand new fucking up-to-date update car and all this bullshit. That's what they've done before, so let's do it again.
My car's a 15 plate.
Black tape is your friend. That's what I would say to you. Black tape is your friend.
Yeah, that's true. My car's a 2015, and it's a 2-litre diesel turbo.
Yeah.
And it's still ULEZ compatible.
That's a classic car. They're ULEZ exempt no matter where you go. Same as
My car was free. My car was free on tax when I bought it. Right, the year after it cost me 30 quid. Right,
yeah.
The year after that, I think it was 100 quid, and now I'm up to whatever it is, 135, 140 quid.
Wow.
Exactly what I was just about to say. They've done this with the electric car. They've done this with the electric car. Okay, electric cars are tax-free. No road tax, which is absolutely stupid because how the fuck are they going to pay for the roads if there's no road tax? Right. So we all knew, apart from many of the people that went out and bought the electric cars done so blindly, right, without even thinking about the consequences of it. And then what did they do?
Nobody's really looked up the new way that they're thinking about taxing them then.
Well,
we've just been out there for a couple of months now.
We'll come to that in a second.
As all these people who they pay for a driver's license and then they have to buy a car. They didn't realise the car isn't actually there. It's still a registered keeper. It's a DVLA and they'll take it and scrap it any day they want.
Pap, have you heard this, right? With this new energy bill they're putting through Parliament, if you've got a car that's 3/4 charge and you want to charge it up, they can actually take all your charge out of your car if it's more needed on the grid, and just use you as a battery and give it back to the grid, because if it's more needed for a specific area, then you have to give it back.
I can't see how that would work. How would they know how much charge you need for
when you plug your car in to charge it up, it knows how much power you've got, and if you've got enough power to give back to the grid, they will take it. They will give it back eventually, but they will take it and use it in areas.
What my point is, Surf, is if you're about to go on a long journey, if you're about to go from from Birmingham to London, for example, right, or from Liverpool to London, okay, and you need a full charge. When you plug it in to charge it up, how do they know that you don't need that full charge?
Well, this is what the act that's going through Parliament at the moment is saying. They can literally tap your energy out of your car and use it if they feel it's more important than you need it, and take it. Yeah.
Well, can you imagine? It's not going to be long before you've got some petrol, some old Ford Capri racing through the towns with 20 police cars after it. And we're going to stop him, combustion engine. Let's nick him.
It's irrelevant, isn't it? How much charge you have. Yeah. Whether the battery's full or not would be almost irrelevant, because I think these batteries are not going to deplete their charge overnight like the average, rechargeable battery at home. So I don't think charging your car to the full and then in the morning you've lost so much. I don't think that's going to be a thing. I really don't.
Yeah, but this is what they're saying on the new energy bill. If they need electric more than you do, they'll take it. They'll literally use your car as a battery. And can you imagine? You've got 1 million cars out there that have got this unlimited amount of power that you just draw on and go, we'll take all that and use it to power X, Y, Z. Where do you stand there?
I don't think electric cars can be discharged that way.
Yes, they can.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know why they bother with electric cars anyway.
And while they're doing it, they can restrict your vehicle on how much power you use with the amounts they're setting up now with all the different companies. Tesla have already got it. A click of a button, Tesla can drop your usage of power down to you can only use 50% of the power.
Yeah, they'll leave you with enough juice to travel 15 minutes and back.
Yeah, look at the electric cars. Nobody didn't have one.
They've already started.
They can have something set up on them. Wi-Fi.
Let's look at the speed of things, right?
You get into your car.
While we're talking about electric cars, let's talk about the speed of the things, right? Why are these electric cars going 0 to 60 in 2.0 seconds? Why are they going to 200 miles an hour, right? If we're all about energy efficient going forward, electric vehicles, why are these vehicles not accelerating nice and gently, and then
they still want people to break laws. They still want people to do the thing.
Top speeds of 70 miles an hour. Why? Explain that.
The one thing you're forgetting is that Wales now is restricted to 20 miles
an hour.
Well,
then they can automatically crash it. Why not?
Can't go past 20 miles an hour everywhere, and cars are meant to do 20 miles an hour. Imagine how you'd feel.
Just asking, electric vehicles, 200 miles an hour. Let's put it on YouTube. They can do 0 to 60 in 2 seconds. They can go to 0 to 100 in 3.5 seconds. Yeah, great. Yeah. We're trying to combat pollution by bringing out electric vehicles, and here we are.
How does
new fast roads affect
the environment? How does that affect pollution? How does that affect the environment? How does that affect the ozone? How does it affect anything apart from using more fuel and causing petrol cars to consume a lot more fuel than they should?
Okay. Where do electric cars get their energy from, and how long does it take to fill up a diesel or petrol car?
You know the answer to that question.
Of course, that's why I'm asking the question. I want you to realise and understand why I'm asking that question.
Yeah, I know why you're asking it. You're correct.
Jack, still nobody's cottoned on to what I said 2 years ago.
Well, Joe, 1 second. Jack, go like that. That would do. Hello, mate.
Hiya, Jack.
The reason they were doing all this, I said 2 years ago.
Go on, Roger.
Before these fast electric cars were coming in and what have you, all over the place. Smart motorways, all the speed restrictions, what they're ultimately doing is getting everybody traveling at the same speed, in the same direction, at the same time.
No, but you missed the point that I was saying, Roger. They're bringing out all these electric vehicles that can do 200 miles an hour. They can do 0 to 60 in 2.5 seconds. So that doesn't compute. That doesn't make any sense. That's what I'm saying.
Blair just answered it a few minutes ago.
There's turbo diesels out there and petrol cars with the switch on a computer. You could do 200 mile an hour in easy.
Blair answered that question, Connie, a minute ago, and his response to that was they still want people to be able to they can find them so they can make money off of them.
Yeah,
they don't want people to break the law. At the end of the day, it's going to get to a point where you're going to get in an electric car and it's going to have facial recognition. And you get in that car, recognises your face, it comes up in a criminal database, it takes you to a police station, and then the alarm goes off outside the police station, and the police's job is made a lot easier. How's that sound?
Also, before you get behind the wheel, you've got to go in the tube to make sure you can fucking legally drive. Thumbprints, written on fucking law.
To be honest, the breath thing, I don't think it's a bad idea. I don't agree with drink driving at all. I think that's one of the sickest.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
And I think that cars should come with a fucking breathalyzer.
It's actually a thing in America. They do actually, if you've been convicted of it, they do actually fit your car with a.
Yeah.
So if you meet somebody in a club, it's like blow into that for me whilst I drive.
There is that, but still, it would.
I'll be honest tonight. I'll breathe into the tube.
The one thing I want to say is they've got hydrogen-powered cars, right? They've got them on the market. They're available to buy. But the reason why they're not mass manufactured is because not many places can sell you hydrogen fuel. And it's all based on water. And this technology is available now, and it could be the next big thing. Better than electric. They're not pushing it because it's making money.
Right. The problem is with hydrogen, right? The problem with hydrogen, okay, is that it takes the same amount of energy to crack the water that it would do to basically put diesel in your car. So you've got to crack the water first. So where do you get the energy from? So basically, you're back to the situation where you're burning gas again, aren't you?
But
there's no way of getting away from it. You can't produce energy from thin air.
Yeah, but the problem is there was nothing wrong with diesel and petrol. Like the way the technology was going, we were using that efficiently and that clean. That there's no reason to get rid of it because it was working well.
Well, most manufacturers told you were running efficiently. That's been proved different over the last few years.
The thing is, right? If they really cared about the environment.
Why is it called?
If they cared about the environment, right? Why are they allowed to sell cars that are basically detuned, the same engine? So you can buy a 2-litre car, right? That's the same engine as like another 2-litre car. It's exactly the same engine, like say Volkswagen, because they've got all different cars with the same fucking engines in them. It's the same fucking car, right? But they like to sell like detuned, which is less efficient, right? And then apparently they care about the environment. Well, if they cared about the environment, every single vehicle should be tuned to the same efficiency, because I've had my car retuned and it's more efficient and it produces more power.
What nobody's talking about is 900 kilovolts.
Hang on, Jace, 1 second, Jace, because Connie was trying to talk.
Sorry, mate. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. I wasn't interrupting then. No, what I was saying was a 4-stroke engine is because it's 4 strokes before you get power. So 25% is max power, but we don't get 25% because there's losses. So if you think about a 4-stroke engine, we're throwing away 75% plus energy, right? There you go. And we've been doing it all this time. There you go. Right. Sorry,
okay. How does a 2-stroke engine work?
Sorry?
How does a 2-stroke engine work?
2-strokes very different because it works on back pressure from the exhaust system.
No, it doesn't. It works on pressure from the crankcases.
Well, no, because you've got to have.
And
you've got to have a specialist exhaust.
Connie, I raced motorcycle 2-strokes for over 10 years. I know exactly.
You've got to have a specialist exhaust.
No, it
doesn't.
No,
yes,
the exhaust.
You've got to have a special exhaust.
No.
Go on then.
2-stroke motocrossers have an expansion chamber in the exhaust to enhance performance, not to make them efficient, to make them perform better.
To make them work. No, not efficient. I didn't mention efficiency. No, I didn't mention efficiency. I mentioned to make them work.
They don't need it to make them work.
If a 2-stroke has not got Connie, if a 2-stroke has not got crank pressure, it will not get fuel to the carburetor, i.e. the bloody thing will not run.
Right. So you've got to have that exhaust pressure.
No, it's nothing to do with the exhaust.
The
exhaust is a tuning performance item.
No, it's
right.
not.
Talking about,
Dude, have you ever raced a 2-stroke motorcycle or built one?
I have a 250cc. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I raced the damn things for 10 years. Building
why
my own
did they have?
Don't tell me how they run, mate.
I'm asking a question, right? Let me ask this
You're
question.
talking out of your ass.
You know, like when we went back to the Titanic and there was steam based, yeah. Imagine if the steam technology was evolved over 100 years and developed and been like made to be perfected, rather than going down the lines of oil and coal and all the rest of it that got thrust upon us. Imagine what steam technology would be today. Do you not think they'd be running off water?
Well, that happened, didn't it? That happened. The guy actually invented a car that ran on water, and mysteriously enough, he had a car accident.
He got
Strange,
didn't he?
Yes.
He done it with a caterer.
He would have got pushed.
And there's always
It's like literally
technology that's
evolved. Do you not think
Right,
it was something totally different to today?
Talking of strokes, I'm on my 39th, 40th, 50th, 51.
Sorry, Dan, I couldn't reach. Bless you.
I hope you mixed oil with it.
Yeah.
We all like a bit of lubrication.
Well, let's change the subject now. Let's change it because we've been talking about this for a while. Let's change the subject now. I know this is a completely random one to talk about, but let's talk about
echo.
There is an echo. I don't know where that's coming from. Let's talk about cosmetic surgery.
Wait for it.
Let's talk about cosmetic surgery.
I'm going to have a piss because I know what's coming.
The other end of the spectrum, what this channel is normally about. But,
somebody's had an accident, leaving graphs, stuff like that. Fair enough, you know what I mean? But
hang on, Black. Katie, you okay?
I've got one for you. Can you listen to this? I've got a picture of a wolf that's like made up of makeup and like all makeup and everything, lipstick, and it says, "I only want to read stories to chickens."
Very good. Kaylee, are you okay?
Yeah, just in a bit of pain.
What's up?
I fell over yesterday.
I was just about to ask the same, darling. You haven't said a word all evening.
Oh no!
What you go throwing yourself on the floor for? That's a silly thing to do.
My cat saved me. For God's sake, look at the bruise I've got.
What you done?
Oh my God!
Get some pants on, woman.
How did you manage to do that, Kaylee?
I don't know. I just slipped and I was walking in the hall, and all of a sudden I just went bang, and I just went down on my knees.
That looks sore.
You didn't pass out or anything. You actually slipped, did you?
I think I fell on. I think there was liquid on the floor in the kitchen, and I didn't realise.
Right.
So
Yeah. What was his name? What was his name?
His name was Mike.
Yeah.
Bearded veteran.
Once again.
Bless you. Are you all right?
Have you taken painkillers and that for it, have you?
Yeah, it's just swollen and it's just doing my head in.
Oh, bless.
Hope you get better soon.
Get some bukes and get some beer.
Beer? I'm not allowed beer.
Why not? What's up here?
Because I'm on so many.
Oh, bless you. Get some bukes.
It's your turn now. Are you okay? Just holding your chest there.
Oh, no, I just went up the stairs. I went up and come down a bit quick and got a bit out of breath. That was all. I'll have a fag in a minute. That'll cure us.
Yeah. Just touch yourself up. I thought it was going,
Sort the
Yeah. Oh, bless. Jack, you're quite quiet as well.
Oh yeah, no, just listening. Everything.
Jack's always quiet.
Yeah, I'm always quiet. Just like to listen.
Bless you.
So anyway, let's get back to this. Let's get back to this this cosmetic surgery, not plastic surgery. Now,
in what context?
Has anybody had in the comments or on the panel? Has anybody had any cosmetic surgery?
Well, it's funny you should say that, Dan, because
Hey.
no, I'm not going to do that. No, I won't do that.
Even
I had to have
dare
mine
have
shortened.
cosmetic surgery.
I kept tripping over the end. I had to have mine shortened.
What would you class as cosmetic surgery?
So what about people watching?
Implants.
Anybody?
Kaylee, did you say you've had cosmetic surgery?
No, have I have?
You have?
No. Michael
Another thing I've had
probably
implanted
but I
teeth.
haven't.
Yes, James.
Right.
Yes, James. Teeth do count as cosmetic surgery. Yeah.
Yeah, turkey teeth.
In that case, then,
Turkey
yes.
Katie's had her entire stomach wrapped around her esophagus. I'm not sure how to take that, bearded vet. Are you trying to big yourself up somehow?
Oh, do you know what?
I should be careful when you go upstairs, Beard. He would say things like that.
He's getting kicked out
Thinking
tonight,
yourself to
I'm
death.
telling you. Kicking him out.
I'll tell you the reason why. I'll tell you the reason why I'm asking. I'll tell you the reason why I'm asking. I'm getting some done. I'm getting surgery done on Thursday.
Oh, not your ears.
How many inches you haven't added?
I've asked.
It's got to be eyebrows. Hair transplant, eyebrows, what?
They can't change the thickness, but they can change the length. They said. No, I'm going to have some cosmetic surgery done on Thursday. I've been thinking about it for a long time. There's some other things that I've been thinking about getting done as well. But it's not because I need to. It's this particular surgery that I'm going for is to help with my mental health more than anything else. There are some
Have
other
your mouth
things.
folded up.
He wants to look pretty. He wants to look pretty.
There's some other things that I need that I want to have done, which I need doctor's approval for, which is for my physical health, but for my mental health.
Dan, are you having a hair transplant?
I am.
You're having a what?
I'm gonna have some hair taken from the back of my head, and I'm gonna get myself a fucking hairline again.
Fuck off! You look like a rat.
Go for it, man.
If you think you need it,
I was going to say we're going to notice them for
if you think you need it,
Evolve.
That's what I'm telling people. That's what I'm telling
Any
people.
leftovers, you send them my way.
Well, I could rob you.
Yeah, I always said to myself for years. I always said to myself, I don't agree with enhancements. I've always said to myself, you are the way you are, and there's somebody out there that will love you for the way that you are. Blah blah blah. But over the years, especially sitting in front of a computer, and when I do my videos, I have to look at myself. 8 hours of a day. I'm constantly looking at myself, and I don't like the way that I look as it is. Right? I don't physically, like the shape of me and this. I don't like the way that I look. So over the last year or so, I've been thinking to myself, what can I do that's going to make me feel better? Now, I'm obviously trying to lose weight because I am a fat bastard. But unfortunately, due to having the strokes and I've got what they call a diastasis recti, which is where the muscles in your stomach pull apart and they don't go back together. So I've got a big gap in the middle of my stomach, which prevents me from doing any real kind of exercise, even if I hadn't had the stroke. It means that I'm very limited in what I can do. So I am having to look at things like, number one, weight loss surgery. Number two, which sounds really gay, but a tummy tuck, because that's the only way that you can get muscles in your stomach done. Well, I used to laugh at it, Jack, but a tummy tuck is the only operation that they will give you, and you have to pay for it yourself. You can't do it on the NHS, but it's the only operation they can give you that will fix that muscle problem in your stomach. Otherwise, for example, if I lay down now, if I try and sit straight up from laying down, I get this doming in my stomach where my insides try to pop out the gap in between the muscles, and it can be very painful sometimes. And the only way to fix that is to have what they call a tummy tuck. But you can't have a tummy tuck if you're fat, because it doesn't work. You need to have lost weight first. So I need to lose weight first, which I can't do normally through normal means, because I can't burn enough calories in a day to do that. So
there's a thing that you can do, but try just fat. It's like no.
Yes,
Dan, is that classed as a hernia kind of thing?
It is basically the same as a hernia, yeah.
Right.
But it's not just a little hole. We're talking about from the bottom. We're talking about from the bottom of the sternum down past the belly. So we're talking about that much room where there's a gap that is currently about 2 or 3 centimeters.
What they do is they stitch it like that.
Yes, they stitch the two muscles back together.
Like 3 or 4 layers of stitches that hold everything together. I had to watch the stepdad go through that.
And then the
only thing they'll on the NHS, the only thing that they'll do is they open you up and they put a mesh in there and they sew the mesh to the muscles.
Don't do that.
No, I'm not. My dad had it done, but that's not what I want, because that doesn't.
That's what killed my mum.
Right. Well, my dad's had that done, so thanks. No, I'm only joking. That was something that they said I could have. I said, like, no, I want it fixed. I don't want it fucking patched. I want it fixed. Do you know what I mean? And unfortunately, as I say, the only way to have that is through the tummy tuck procedure, and you obviously got to pay for that yourself. So it's going to take me a while, which I say I'm talking 18 months, 2 years to get this shit done. But I am having my hair done on Thursday. I've got to get this get the solar panel covered at the back and bring these.
Right. It's a solar panel for a sex machine, is what it is.
Not these days, it ain't.
They should look more pretty.
Potentially.
Looking forward, yeah.
So,
potentially.
As I say, not something I ever thought I would have done, but for my own mental health, I hate looking at myself. For my own mental health, the hair I think will help. I hope will help me with my mental health. If it doesn't, I'm fucked.
I can't wait to see you.
You know what you want to do every time you look at yourself, Dan?
Close my eyes.
No, use them filters.
Roger's a
wrong with the
cunt,
way
isn't
you
he?
look, buddy. There's nothing wrong with the way you look. Nobody looks different. Everybody looks different to everybody else.
Yeah.
So, but again, as I say, it's
Sorry,
not.
Can I? Sorry, go on.
Yeah.
Go on, sorry.
Go.
No, I just wanted to ask you, right? Like what you were describing, right? I think everyone goes through. No one likes to. I mean, maybe some people do, but no one likes to see themselves. Do you know what I mean? No one likes to look at their. It's like listening to your own voice, isn't it? On like an answer machine or something. You don't like to listen to it. You don't like to hear it because it's not what it's not what you sort of expect, maybe. But like what you're describing, sort of thing, is not like a problem just for you. You know what I mean? Not just like your problem. You know what I'm saying? It's not like when we look at you, we don't think, oh, Bo bastard and all this sort of thing. We just think it's you. Like we don't think it's. You know what I mean?
Yeah. that's because you've got to know me as I am through this, and you've always seen. Well, I mean, some people that have been around for a long time saw me with a bit more hair, but you've all got to know me as me now. It's like when somebody gets glasses for the first time, they feel embarrassed and go, "Oh, fucking hell, people are going to look at me funny." But when you meet somebody for the first time, that's got glasses, you never say to yourself, "Oh, look at that specky twat." It's just them. They are. You meet them, so that's how you see them. But for me personally, I have thought about this for a couple of years. I was looking into the procedure last year. I have thought about this for a couple of years, and it's not something that I'm just jumping into.
I'll back you up on that, because you did mention it to me the first time we came up to Liverpool. I think it was when we were talking in private, like, you know.
So I just think for me, you know, nobody, you know, people say, "Oh, you baldy bastard." That doesn't bother me. Do you know what I mean? People calling me names doesn't bother me like that. Do you know what I mean? I'm used to it. I've been like this since fucking hell, as far back as I can remember now. I had my hair shaved when I was about 13 years old. Okay, and it's been like this pretty much ever since. I've only ever grown it an inch or two since then. And then obviously it started running away from my face at some point, which is quite bad now. And I just want to.
If you were in the army, you'd have to start saluting back here somewhere, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
you'd be like that.
Yeah. But you know how sometimes
when they put the bit together at the back, if your eyes going to go if they do it too tight.
No, it's not like that anymore. It's not like that anymore. That used to be the way they used to do it.
Mum, my fucking pigtails are too tight.
Yeah, but that's how it used to be, Roger. They used to cut a strip out the back of your head and then sew that strip together again. Now they don't. They basically use like a hole punch, which punches out individual hair follicles from your head. So you'll have like a load of holes in the back of your head for a week until that heals up. But yeah, it's not like that anymore. They don't cut the strip out anymore like they used to. That looked really fucking horrible, cutting the strip out. I've watched videos.
You know where you could get the cheap price version of that, don't you?
Go on.
Where they make the artificial turf. You just can put your head through the machine. Yeah, it might be a funny colour, but... It's gone 11 o'clock. You know what I get.
You've been holding this in, haven't you? I told Roger about this the other day. I told him what I was planning on doing, and he's been sitting on this since then, so he's been with me today. Okay. But yeah, as you know, I know people. You know, the same issues. I look at everybody that comes on here, and I don't see anything wrong with anybody. Everybody's different. Everybody's unique. Do you know what I mean? But I just, again, I'm sure. For most of you, there's something about you that you wish was slightly different. If in fact all of you, I would bet every single one of you, there's something about you that you wish was different.
Yeah, she wishes she didn't have a big bruise.
She did.
Yeah, guess what I've had done? I had another tattoo done this week.
It's on your ass, isn't it?
No.
Hang on, lift your arm up a little bit.
Oh, that's lovely.
In love, inspired, brave, crazy. I can't see the rest.
Wild, amazing.
Kind, creative. Is that a nipple? Can I see her nipple there?
Yeah.
I can see a nipple.
Her nipple's in the wrong place. She needs cosmetic surgery.
She needs a third.
Was that self-portrait?
Oh, yeah.
Was that a self-portrait?
No.
See, I know there's a lot of people that will disagree with me on getting it done. But again, I'm the one that has to sit here for, looking at myself every day. I'm the one that has to get up in the morning and look in the mirror. For me, and I appreciate when people say there's nothing wrong with you. I get that, but I look at myself and I see an awful lot wrong with me.
If it makes you happy, mate, go for it and fucking go. More power to you, like.
Electric. For those that think I'm just taking the piss out of Dan on this, as he said, we have privately and over quite some time about it as well. So,
Roger's fine. Listen, I expect people to take the piss, to be quite honest with you. In fact, I thought it was going to be a lot worse than it has been.
Well, I haven't got into the swing of it yet, have I?
It's absolutely fine because I knew what I was getting into with you lot anyway, by mentioning something. But it would be very, very weird if I popped on next week. In fact, I might not be on next week.
With a toupee?
Because it'll be the swelling more than anything. Because the sweat, when they have to obviously swell up, but then after a while, the swelling moves down your face.
Yeah,
right. Moves down your head. So it might be a case. I might look like a Neanderthal with an eyebrow bridge like this. I don't want to come on with that, but obviously the next time you see me on camera will be quite evident that I've had some work done. But
you've got to do what you think is right for you. Nobody else knows what's right for you. Only you.
It's not for necessarily the physical appearance to please other people. I've chose to do this for my own mental health.
I was just going to say,
I appreciate the fact that not everybody's been too.
No, I was just thinking that when I ring you on a Sunday night at 7 o'clock to see if you're awake, you're going to wake up in a haze and look in the mirror and fuck me, he's woke the wrong one.
What? When he was in the wooer? When he was in the wooer?
During the war.
During the war?
I know I'm not a regular part, but
all of them.
Welcome, Matt. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate that. Thank you. Surf. I didn't realise Surf had disappeared. Then Surf, thanks for jumping on. Appreciate that. Thank you for your input.
If you only have half of it done, you could smoke a Costella and go over. It'd be half the price.
I just wanted to say, Pat, I know I'm not a regular. I know a lot of you don't know me, but that was pretty deep. What you've just said is pretty deep and totally, big respect for announcing what you've just said and coming out with it. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I always try and be as honest as I can be on it.
Yeah, well, that's it. I'm not, a regular, so I don't know how deep you guys go and how honest and what you talk about. But from my point of view, that was deep and totally respect, and I hope everything goes well. Yeah, I hope whatever.
It's not something.
I can't wait to take the piss out of him.
Just say
that's been going on for years.
Whatever going on from here is, hope the best for you. Stop laughing at me.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Connie. Appreciate that.
I'm laughing at Roger.
Well said, Connie. Yeah, totally agree. And it does take something to come out with things like that, but. Yeah. There again, me and Dan have never hidden anything. We've had episodes live on panel where we've collapsed. I had a stroke. I managed to get in the hallway before I collapsed off camera. Dan's collapsed on camera. We've never hidden anything,
Bless you, Roger.
And the thing is, we don't look for sympathy for it either.
No.
Still fighting, man. Still fighting.
That's it. That's community. I'm unaware of. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
I think it's really important.
Dan will hit a wall. We've sat here till 4 o'clock in the morning on some of these streams, and then Dan will get
I fucking know.
One night, and he'll start to get that grey in, and he'll hit the wall. And I've done the same. I've left the stream early because I've hit the wall. I've started the vision starting to go. So I just say, that's it. I've had enough time to step back,
I just think it's really important to talk about stuff when it comes to mental health. And, my mental health is affected Not just by that. I mean, I've got other issues that's caused my mental health issues, but you know, I think it's exacerbating the fact that I walk past the mirror and I go, oh, fuck's sake. And that's not an over exaggeration. I genuinely do that.
That's not good.
And I just, you know,
you wait till you walk past the mirror and got to wait 5 minutes for the rest of you to catch up.
And this is why Roger. Such good.
I don't know.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. This is why Roger and I are such good friends, because he knows he can take the piss out of me. I can take the piss out of him. We know where our boundaries are. You know,
we've never reached them yet.
No, we haven't, and we're very laid back in that respect. We got no issues there, and you know, if Roger ever said anything that was too much, I'd say to him anyway. Do you know what I mean? I wouldn't get the ump with him. I'd just say, "Oh, Rog, that was a bit much." But that's you know, that's how the friendship that we've developed.
We've known each other well enough over the years to accept that when someone said, "Look, you overstepped the boundaries" or whatever, we respect that totally, instantly.
Yeah.
Can I just say, Dan? Right, I was going to say something quickly to you. Right, if it is something that you're doing just for yourself, right, that's fair play to you, mate. But you should never ever try and change stuff for other people, because you'll never. Where does it all end? Do you know what I mean? And if you are doing it for yourself, and I believe that's what it is, just for yourself, like, fucking fair play to you, mate. Do you know what I mean? If it makes you happy, go for it, like. And fuck what everyone else says, mate.
I haven't got a bird that's saying to me, "I wish you had more hair," or anything like that.
No, that's right, yeah.
It is just it's my decision based on how I feel.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with other people. Yes, you know, people called you cunt, whatever. I've been called that for 15 years now, and that doesn't bother me. I can assure you that doesn't bother me. I just don't like looking in a mirror. And
I just don't think that we think anything less of you or anything like that. Do you know what I mean? Because it's not nothing like that at all. Like, we accept you how you are, mate. Do you know what I mean? And we love you, like, so whatever you decide is good with us, like, do you know what I mean? Well, personally, that's what I think, and I think everyone on the panel probably agrees, you know, like, do you know what I mean? We, you know, whatever's happy, whatever you feel happy with, you know?
Yeah, and as I say, it's an aesthetic thing more than a health thing.
Yeah.
But
it's going to help your mental health, and why not, like, you know?
If it makes me feel better, I'm not going to, I'm not going to be miserable all the time. But I've also got these other things that I want to have done.
If I done on here what makes me feel better, it'd get the fucking channel pulled down, wouldn't it?
But the weight loss.
For fucking hey. Oh, Roger, keep growing your beard. You'll soon be able to play Santa Claus.
Well, I only grew it again because they complained that my last lot of whiskers I look like a 70s porn star.
Really?
So, as I say, the weight loss. See, since my strokes, I have mobility issues. Right? Some of that is to do with the fact that I am overweight, and I am. Never hid that fact. I am overweight. So, I'm borderline diabetic, or so the doctor says. I suffer from acid reflux like a motherfucker. I'm unable, you know, my mobility and my ability to even walk to the shop is reduced. My back hurts, my legs hurt. Some of that is to do with the extra weight that I'm carrying because I'm weaker in one side of the body a little bit. So that's why I want to have that surgery done, because if I can lose some weight, and I've tried diets, and I'm even on a diet at the moment, which isn't working very well. But if I can lose weight, then my body is going to be lighter. I'm not gonna have the acid reflux that I get every single night. I'm going to be able to be more active. Might not be a lot more, but I'm going to be more active, and all of that kind of stuff will mean, and plus the bariatric surgery, as they call it, can actually completely reverse diabetes.
The more we lose, the more active you will get, guaranteed. But
yeah, so this is what I'm thinking.
Diabetes. It's the different foods that you're eating as well. There's a lot ingredients that shouldn't be in the food that's being put in the foods that are causing some of the problems that people are having, and not realising that we need to go back to natural foods, eating your veggies, proper meats, and cooking for yourselves. All the processed shit that's going for your supermarkets isn't good for you.
Yeah, well, this is what I've been doing for the past few weeks. I've been on a diet where I'm eating, I'm mainly eating asparagus. I forgot how much I like asparagus, so I'm eating asparagus, broccoli. I'm eating loads of veg. I'm eating small amounts of
turns your piss green.
If I get a 6 or 8 ounce steak, I'm only eating half of that with the dinner. I'm trying to eat at least twice. Should eat 3 times a day, but I'm trying to eat twice a day at the moment. But again, it will stop me from being a burden on the NHS as I get older. It should help with my blood pressure as well. So I'll come straight to you in a sec, Jace. 1 sec, sorry. So if I get that surgery done, it means, number one, I'm not going to go diabetic. Number 2, the acid reflux goes. Number 3, I'm going to be able to be more active, which will help me keep the weight off. Number 4, I'm not going to have the pains in my back and my legs. And number 5, it should help with any more strokes that I might have or might be lined up to have in the future. So I'm going to take up less time for the NHS if I have that.
Sounds like a plan.
So
a good plan.
That's what the plan is. Whether the doctor lets me or not is another matter, but I need to speak to him about that. So, Jace, go on, mate. Sorry.
What I was going to say to you was, this afternoon, I made at 12 o'clock, I dunked 4 lamb leg steaks in the slow cooker with nearly half a tub of mint. I put in parsnips, and I know you're a chef. You used to be a chef or a cook or whatever you want to call yourself. And so I know you will appreciate how healthy that meal was that I've cooked. Yeah. And I've got enough to feed me for the next 3 days. How healthy is that?
Which is
I used to do that. I used to cook proper home cooked food. So I used to do I'd have a lasagna, lean meat, lean mince, and all that stuff, or I'd make a chicken curry, or something. I'd make something, right? And I would make enough of it to last me a good few days, and then I'd portion it up. But the problem that I've got at the moment, is just standing for any prolonged period of time. If I stand still for 5 minutes, then my back and my legs start to hurt, which makes it very difficult to stay in the kitchen to do all of that stuff, because I need to move from one counter to another, to the fridge, back to the other counter, and literally after a few minutes, I start hurting, and it's very difficult. And this is another reason, because I'm hoping that any kind of weight loss surgery will help and rectify that situation. So
with your joints and your knees and your hips and everything. What was it? Six months ago, I was 120 kilos. Today, because I have to weigh myself every day at work, every day. I'm now 104 kilos with all my safety gear on. So I don't think I've been doing too bad, to be honest.
When you say safety gear, do you mean a condom?
The thing is, right, you understand where Dan is, right, with his health. He's in like a catch-22 situation, because he can't exercise. Do you know what I mean? It's not easy for him to exercise. And when he's got tiredness, right? Okay, it's not a case of just being a little bit tired and you can't be arsed, like. It's like soul-crushing tiredness, because once you go through that, like, you'll understand. If you have that, I've had something similar, like, and it is literally soul-crushing. You just can't. You can barely fucking move your lips, like, well, let alone fucking get up and do anything. So it's not just normal tiredness. It's not just like, oh, I'm a bit tired, I can't be fucked, like. It's fucking it's hard, mate. I mean, it's not easy, like, you know.
You think about what I went through, Electric. I mean, since 2014, I've had a blood clot on the brain. I've had a bypass. I've destroyed my shoulder. I was still, even after those, racing downhill mountain bikes up until basically when I had me strokes. I was still riding mountain bikes up until then.
Yeah.
And now I wouldn't even get 100 yards up the road on one.
No.
Roger's a
I
beast.
rode them out until my leg either.
Push your bodies to the limit.
And I still used to beat lads that were 20 years younger than me.
Yeah, but you see, what you don't understand is my body's a temple. It's fucking ruined.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't 2 years ago or 3 years ago, I would never even have considered any of this stuff. But since realizing how affected my body is, I've tried the diets and I've tried to walk further and stuff like that, and it is there is a physical barrier that stops me from doing that. It's not just because I can't be arsed. It's not because I'm lazy. You know, there is a barrier. When I push myself too hard, I've had to phone Lost Souls Paranormal or voice message Lost Souls Paranormal before, where I've gone up the shop and I didn't stop. Normally I have to stop 2 or 3 times just to get to the shop and back, both ways. And that's only, it's a 4-minute walk away, right? Which now takes 15 minutes to get there or more.
Wow.
But
I was back here one day and I was in so much pain. My legs were fucking kidding me. I had to drop the bag. I only had one bag, a couple of things in it. I had to drop that at the front door. By the time I got to the front door and stopped moving to put the key, you know, like when you do it, when you do a really bad sprint, right? And you stop running and your legs wobble. Yeah, I had that just from walking to the fucking shop. And so I've opened the dropped the bag on the floor, ran straight, or not ran, but went straight into the lounge, sat on the sofa, kicked my shoes off, put my legs up, and they fucking hurt.
Wait till you get muscle pump.
And I can't keep doing that shit. Do you know what I mean? I've got to do something to try and fix it. Yes, Connie.
Full screen.
Sorry?
Put me on full screen.
Oh, don't get your willy out.
No.
Oh, what'd you do there?
I've got lots of them. Can you see that?
You've been minced up, man.
It looks like a scar. Is that a scar?
Yeah. You've been minced up.
Yeah.
Yeah, the light's reflecting off it at a weird angle, Connie. You can see there's a scar there, but you can't see the detail.
All right.
What was that? Oh, sorry, wrong button. What was that from?
Guys, what are you doing? There were seven attempts at suicide.
Oh,
right.
Oh, sorry to hear that, mate.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that.
Just saying. Yeah. I don't want to brag or anything.
No.
It happens, mate. We all go through bad patterns.
Point being, you're still fucking here.
That's it.
Yeah.
Well, I wish it wasn't.
The world would be a better place with more fucking input. So do not try it again.
Yeah.
See, I'm too much of a shitter to do that. Funny.
I mean, come on, he's just fucking shared that with us, and you're on about having your fucking hair done, and he's just shared that with us.
To put you in the picture, Jace, a couple of years ago, I don't think Dan will mind me saying this because it is in the streams. He was in a very dark place and he was considering something along the lines, but he came on, jumped up live some early hour in the morning, and between all of us that jumped in, we talked him about, but he wasn't far off. I hope you don't mind me saying that, Dan.
No, listen, the live stream's still up. The live stream's still on the channel.
Yeah,
but no, my point is, I haven't got the bottle to do something along those lines, Connie. To be honest, I'm a pussy when it comes to stuff like that. Mine have been tablet based, shall we say, when I've done something stupid like that. The worst I've ever got, and I don't know if you can see it on there. I don't know if you can see the shine.
Yeah.
There's a bit of shine there.
See the dip.
Hang on, let me pop myself up on the full just to help you see it. I can't twist my arm enough. Right. What? Oh, it's dirty now. Sorry. Right here. Actually, I won't say who it was, but I was with somebody, and they made me feel like the children starving in Africa was my fault. It was that kind of a relationship, right? And I went out one day. We had a big argument. I went out one day, and I felt so bad. That's the one and only time I've ever done it. And I walking along the seafront where I come from, and I picked up an empty bottle of whatever it was, wires or whatever, smashed it on the seawall, and I used a sharp of the gloves, and I sliced my arm. And I was embarrassed by that for a long time. I never used to wear t-shirts for a long time after that, and I felt really stupid for doing it. And for me, it was I felt like I needed to be punished. The person I was with made me feel so bad that I felt that I needed to be punished for something, and so I punished myself. I didn't wear a t-shirt for many years after that. It took about, I don't know, 8-9 years for me to turn around and say, do you know what? It's part of who I am now. It's part of, I've got where I am. I've done some stupid things, but there's no point in hiding from it. You know what I mean?
Sorry, have you been more like trying to OD from alcohol or pills? Is that what you're trying to say? Or
say again, sorry.
Have you been trying to OD from alcohol or pills? But you've had bad. You've been in a bad situation.
My attempts have been through pill, and for a long time now, I've not been allowed any more than a week's worth at a time.
Right.
Prescribed.
Yeah.
Because I had a habit of not taking some of them, bathing them all up, and then when I felt really bad, they were here for me to just fucking neck. I know this has gone into a bit of a.
I'm sorry.
No, Connie, it's not just you, but there are people out there as well who have been in similar.
It's helping people get things off their chest and talk things through. If people are listening and watching, it might help one of them.
Yeah, I'm open. I'm going nowhere. I know I sound. I'm just trying to relate with Pap at the moment. In terms of what he's going through and how different it is, from his perspective to mine. It's very different. It's really intriguing. That's what I'm trying to get an understanding of. Yeah.
Well, there's a comment in there that says, when I was a kid, I used to cut myself. I was so angry at the world. Well, I didn't realise that self-harm actually I used to punch walls. That was my self-harm. I didn't realise that was classed as self-harm. If I got angry, I'd go out and I'd go and punch walls. I fucked my knuckles on so many occasions that my knuckle, the skin on this knuckle here is actually fused to the knuckle bone underneath. Okay, which means it doesn't move. It doesn't slide over. It's literally stuck there, right?
Any form of self-induced self-harm.
Yeah, I didn't realise that they classed it as that until I don't know, about 5 or 6 years ago when I was told. But they said to me, "Have you ever self-harmed?" And I was like, "Well, not."
Do you know how I know about that? Because there was one idiot that used to go to a dominatrix that tried to sue her for whipping him too hard that she left welts on his ass, and the judge threw it out of court saying it's self-inflicted. You asked her to do it. But that is absolutely true.
Very big person.
Hey.
But yeah,
I used to go out and get in fights. That was that's one of the things I am ashamed about. Is as I was growing up, I was in my late teens. I used to go out purposely looking for fights with people, and I'm not proud of it at all. And in fact, it's an embarrassing part of my life. And you know, I had a chip on my shoulder for many reasons. I'm not going to go into them, but I had my reasons. I went out looking for a fight, but also, you know, as I say, the punching things. You know, it could have been a telephone box, it could have been a bus stop, it could have been a wall, it could have been anything. Do you know what I mean? Just as long as I hurt myself.
It's just nice to try and compare and understand. Yeah.
Well, it was the same as me, wasn't it, Dan? A month or two back. I mean, I always said I never had any mental health issues, although the missus behind me would probably disagree all along about that. But I had an episode a little while back where my past not caught up with me, but it brought some memories back of similar to what Dan's saying about fighting and that, that I'd put behind me, I'd buried for 40 years. Now, because that memory got triggered through circumstances, memories, triggers, I just had to step away from everything and just concentrate on myself for a couple of weeks. And I never thought I had any issues like that. But, you know, at the time, I openly admitted when I came back on lives and that obviously I had, you know, I've not lost many myself, to be fair. But that was back in the day when I was fitter. Yeah, I was a lot fitter, and admittedly, most of what I did was, we'll say, punishment.
So you, Roger, you think you've done your penance? I don't know about done my penance, because I've always said that nobody died for my sins because they didn't have enough fucking pain. But no, over 40 years, I have changed the person I used to be, and I'm happier with the person I am now. I was happy back then because I was part of something else. But now I'm a happier person as I am now. Fucking brilliant! Good to hear.
Not saying I couldn't still do it if I needed to or wanted to, but I'd prefer not to, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was my issue. It was coming back. There were certain things going on, and I wanted to revert back to that, and I just didn't want to.
No, because you know the consequences.
Yeah, it wouldn't have done me any good, and it certainly wouldn't do anybody else any good.
Yeah, I got this flat for nearly 5 years. It'll be 5 years ago in January. I moved into this flat with black bags of clothes. She took my car. She took half of my house. She took everything. I moved into this flat with black bags of clothes. And what I have and where I've got to has been my penance, is where I see it. And I'm quite proud of where I am, to be honest. I'm quite proud to be able to speak to people. I've had problems. Yes, I have. I used alcohol as a crutch, but you know, you work through it. These are problems that everybody has in life, and you work through them. Life doesn't stop. You have to keep moving. I'm now a supervisor at what I do, and if you can remember, Dan, I have a really, really fucking dangerous, horrible job. You can't remember, can you?
I think I can. It's manufacturing of some descriptions. It's making something of some kind, isn't it? It's
I melt metal.
Metal. I was going to say melting metals. Yeah.
Smelter.
Yeah.
You're a smelter.
I'm a furnaceman. I melt metal and pour it into molds. Very dangerous.
You're a furnace person. Get it right.
Really badly burned.
Don't get any water in there.
Right. You're not a furnaceman. You're a furnace person. Let's get it right.
Wow.
Yeah.
Or a furnace thing.
Yeah.
Well, I got burns all up my legs, and I've got them on the back of my hands, but I class that as self-inflicted because that was a car racing accident. So.
Right.
Can I say something as a serious point? When are we actually going to start doing something and really educating ourselves and being able to step up and do something about things that are going through Parliament to have it knocked back and refused. Because that is our power as people. And we are seeing things coming through. People just put it in these posts and people have a conversations and miss out on quite a lot that's happening. We've got the right to refuse quite a lot of legislation that goes through at government and Parliament. We've just forgotten how to do it. So
I don't think it's necessarily about educating ourselves, it's about educating other people. There are people out there are people that understand that, okay? And I think one of the issues is there is so many more people who don't understand it that the people that do understand it are afraid to stand up and say, well, I'm going to assert my right for this, that, and the other, because so many other people won't bother. And then when they come for you, which they will inevitably do, nobody's going to stand in your corner. Or the people that do is going to be a very small section of society that stands in your corner and backs you up.
Right.
Everyone else, oh, they deserve it. It's their own fault, and all that crap. Because they're all brainwashed.
That's why you petition.
I would listen about Tina. What Tina says.
They won't stand up.
Individual petition.
Not to.
Right.
Well,
Go on, Gabby.
Tina says that you should write to your local MP. And I think that's
no
a
good
idea. Is it no?
That's no good. No. You need to go direct to the House of Parliament yourself with papers. Because going to your MP, you're just going to their pals, and their pals are just going to go, haha, we'll deal with that later once we've already got them in.
Well, English Chucky, if it's pissing you off now, it's going to piss you off even more to find it up for royal assent. It's been passed, it's up for royal assent, it's down
You fall asleep there, Kaylee?
Kaylee, you going to start singing this song?
No, I'm not asleep.
We're waiting on you snoring.
Yeah.
Singing in your sleep again.
Hi, singing.
I'm singing in my sleep again.
Kaylee, if we're keeping you awake, sweetheart, you get yourself off to bed, but take your camera with you.
Do you know what?
Another words log off. To be honest, guys, I don't think it's not going to be long before I'm going to have to get off myself, I'm afraid.
Oh, bless you. Don't leave.
This afternoon you didn't have too much sleep, so.
Bless you. Sleep is where your brain resets what you've learned.
Well, I haven't learnt much today.
Yeah, Roger.
Strong bow.
Yeah, that's Roger's go-to stuff.
Proper man's beer.
No, I don't drink. I haven't drunk alcohol for 15 years.
Wow, man.
That's energy drink.
Is it?
He's not even drunk at my birthday.
No.
Drunk.
I made up for it.
I was the one reverting back 30 years, sat with me back to the wall, scanning everybody in the place.
He's a fucking animal. You are an animal.
I used to drink, and about 15 years ago, I said, no.
Roger, when I'm your age, I hope to be like you, mate. I honestly do. You're fucking spot on.
Voice, I won't call it a voice, is I still use a bit of the devil's lettuce, but that's mainly to the tremors and the cramps in my legs. It's not even bud, it's just the leaves and that. It just gives me enough to put my cramps to bed.
Yeah, it's better than devil's dandruff.
That's something I'm not going to suffer from again, isn't it?
Well,
unless on my chin.
I do. Come along with me on Thursday.
I'll tell you what, I got more on my ass than I got on my head. And they ain't taking any from there, I'll tell you.
Bless you.
Oh, pardon.
Well, I'll say good night while I get a chance.
All right, Gabby.
Oh, Gabby.
I'll see you later.
Take care, sweetie.
Bye.
Yes, enjoy.
Give us one of them, babe. Give us one of them, darling. Do that. Oh, bless her. Bless her. I didn't want her to fuck off, but anyway.
No, she comes on every week, and she's always followed both mine and Dan's videos and channels.
Bless her. Bless her.
Yeah, it's a good girl. He's not happy there. Didn't I call her a good girl last week? So, oh, good girl.
Kaylee's a good girl. But that's the thing within here. We do get most channels. You won't get women on the panels, but in here, same as I do. I mean, I had a bloody panel full of women the other week. It was only me and 5 women on. But admittedly,
I know one panel that used to have a woman on there, but she don't go on there anymore after she got caught picking her nose and eating it.
Oh, don't start! Don't start! We don't even.
Classy, yes.
That's the honest truth.
Picked her nose and eating it, and then spit it out.
No, I don't think she didn't spit it out.
Get me a number.
Yeah, but it did look like it moved a bit to one side when it went past the Adam's apple. I'm sure I saw that.
Yeah, I'm not lying either. Genuinely, there was a live stream with somebody who picked her nose and ate it live on camera, not realising.
Nice.
Yeah, it's not as bad as sucking it out your whiskers, though, is it?
I believe, just I don't know if it was a joke thing, but I believe bogies are full of protein.
Well, bogies are actually all the dirt and dust and pollen.
It's just collected on the mucus up your nose.
But I believe they are full of protein. That's all I'm saying.
Right? Can I just say, I used to work at a pop factory, and we used to have a machine where we used to have to clean the machine really, really well, and then the quality team would come around with a cotton swab and put it in a machine, and then they'd dip it in a gel, and then they'd put it in enclose it in a machine, and it would fire neutrons at this gel, and depending on how many bacteria was in this gel from this swab, it would give you a score. Right. The machine was that clean, it gave you a score of 15, which was very clean. It had to be under 250. So it was 15 after I cleaned it, right? Somebody wanted to pick the nose and put it on the fucking swab and put it in the machine, in the gel, and it came back at 2,500. That's how dirty a fucking bogey is.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I am not disputing how dirty a bogey is. I am saying a bogey.
I've just killed a fly. I've just killed a fly.
Protein. It's protein.
That's how quick my hands are. I've just killed a fly.
I've given up doing it manually. I get a better odds in this.
Right, guys, it says here that there is 1 to 2% of glycoproteins. I don't know what oligosaccharides are. I don't know what they are, but there's 50 to 80%.
It must be good for you.
Make up 50 to 80% of bogies, and the remaining is water. So 1 to 2% has got some kind of protein in it, but I don't think it's a protein that necessarily you want to be taking before you go to the gym.
We're not stupid. We all accept that. If you sneeze something, it's because you want to get rid of it because it's shit. If you cough, you're spewing something shit out. Yeah, we all know that's stupid, but what I'm saying is, bogies or whatever.
There's probably more protein in that fly than there is in people's bogies.
Yeah. Could be.
Excuse me.
What do you mean?
Oh, pardon me. Dodgy git. There's no need for that, mate.
Protein. I'll take a sip.
Yeah, but the thing
Do
is,
I have to get the Chewbacca mask out?
protein, I reckon it's got
What?
more starch in it with the way it goes stiff on a blanket.
What are we
It's
talking about, Roger?
when you start, it's when you're at school and you used to cut your knees on the dried ones under the desk.
Yeah, the next day it was that
I hope
stiff you
not.
think it was a piece of chewing gum.
Yeah, are we still talking about bogies?
Yeah,
Oh,
Are you sure?
pretty much.
Fuck's
I don't know.
sake.
Your bogies.
Do I have to get the mask out?
What mask?
Chewbacca.
Oh,
Oh, back a
Dan?
mask. Oh,
I've done this before, Dan.
you have.
It's funny, isn't it?
I was getting worried then. I thought there was some gimp thing going on here.
No, that's
Yeah.
that's in my bedroom drawer. That's for when I have. Anyway,
All
yeah,
right.
I can do that.
Not on. That's when he's not on a panel.
Who is?
That's for when you're not. The gimp mask is for when you're not on a panel. He only wears that when
Well, I
he
can
goes
do
to
that now if you want.
when he goes to the local Asda.
I can't be doing with them things now. Fucking hairs and the
You
whiskers
don't need them.
and all sorts of shit. You like lose
No,
out
that-
the whiskers undoing your zip.
That's it. I was going to say. That is it.
Yeah. Fucking hell. Give me a minute. I might be a wee wee. I'll be back in a minute.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to once Jace comes back, I'm going to have to wrap this up. I'm afraid because you probably noticed I've been yawning a little bit. My sleep is absolutely shit at the moment, so I've got to try and get it when I can. So so people on the panel, obviously, you can stay behind when the live stream ends. You can stay on and chat to those on the panel. Oh fuck me!
Go on, what?
Do you know what? If this hair surgery goes wrong, I might be looking like that next week.
I used to look like that before mine went.
Just for the sake of it, my dog's called Chewy.
Oh, is he?
my other dog, yeah, yeah. Shih Tzu. He used to look like Chihuahua, Chihuahua, big hair, and he used to look like Chewy. So yeah, called him Chewy.
Nice.
Ironic, right?
Right. Hi, Brian. I've only just noticed you in the comments there, Brian. I'm about to wrap it up,
I've
mate.
seen him in the comments tonight. Evening, Brian. Well, morning.
I could have said hello earlier if I'd seen him. Jace, I'm going to wrap this up now. I'll wait for you to come back from you lied to us. You said you was going to the toilet.
I did.
But if you want to stick around and chat with anyone after on the panel, obviously you can do that. But I just want to thank everybody that's been a part of the of the discussions tonight, whether it's in the comments or on the panel or on the phone. So thank you to everybody. I'm grateful that you weren't all as bad as I thought you was going to be when I mentioned about the hair surgery.
I ain't finished with you yet. You got a week of Discord to go.
Maybe next week.
But this is I appreciate everyone on this channel. People understand, I think generally what other people might be going through, and as I say, it's not just a cosmetic thing for me. It's to help with my mental health, and I think a lot of people understand that, which is why most people have been pretty reasonable, apart from Roger. But thanks again to everybody. You might not see me next weekend. It depends how I feel. I might come on, but just might not come on camera. but we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. But thank you to everyone. I will let you know.
Learn how to hack you now, so I can turn your camera on and off from here, aren't I?
So with that said and done, I will wish all of you in the comments good night and thanks for joining us.
Yeah, good night, everybody. Thank you very much.
Good night.